Imagine a misty forest at dawn, the world still and quiet, except for the soft rustle of bamboo. Here, a giant panda begins its day, slowly eating, moving, and resting in harmony with the forest. In this calming journey, we'll drift alongside this peaceful creature, letting its gentle rhythm soothe your mind and guide you into a state of relaxation and quiet wonder. Before the mountains learned the sound of human footsteps, before roads cut through valleys and cities learned to glow at night, there was a forest that breathed on its own. Mist drifted slowly between ancient bamboo stalks, dew gathered on leaves that had never been named. And in the quiet heart of this green world, a black and white shape moved with unhurried patience. The giant panda does not rush. It never has. Its story unfolds at the same pace as the mountains themselves, slow, deliberate, enduring. To watch a panda eat is to witness time stretching outward, each bite measured, each movement gentle, as if the animal understands something humans have forgot. That survival does not always belong to the fastest or the strongest, but sometimes to the most peaceful. Tonight, or today, wherever you are listening from, we step away from noise and urgency and walk softly into the high forests of China to follow the long, fragile, extraordinary journey of the panda bear, a species shaped by ice ages, by isolation, by chance, and by the quiet persistence of life itself. The story of the panda begins long before it ever became a symbol, long before it appeared on flags, logos, and conservation posters. Millions of years ago, during a time when the earth was warmer and forests stretched across vast regions of Asia, the ancestors of the panda were not gentle bamboo eaters. They were carnivores. Scientifically, the giant panda belongs to the family Ursidae, the bear family, and genetic evidence confirms this truth beyond doubt. Deep within the panda's DNA lie the signatures of predators. Teeth once shaped for tearing flesh, digestive systems designed for meat, instincts inherited from hunters that walked the land during the late Miocene epoch. Fossil records show that early panda relatives were larger, more adaptable, and spread across regions far beyond the narrow mountain ranges they inhabit today. These early bears ate a varied diet: plants when necessary, animals when possible, surviving through flexibility rather than specialization. As the climate began to shift, forests changed, temperatures cooled, and competition increased. Many species adapted by becoming faster, stronger, more aggressive. The panda's lineage chose a different path, one that scientists still describe as unusual, even risky. Bamboo was everywhere in the subtropical forests of ancient China, growing quickly, spreading endlessly, replenishing itself with remarkable speed. It was low in nutrients, difficult to digest, and offered little energy compared to meat. But it was reliable. While other food sources vanished during seasonal changes or environmental upheaval, bamboo remained. Slowly, over countless generations, pandas transitioned from opportunistic omnivores to near-exclusive bamboo specialists. This decision, not conscious but evolutionary, shaped every part of their bodies. Their jaw muscles grew stronger, their molars flattened and widened. And an extraordinary adaptation emerged: the pseudo-thumb. This elongated wrist bone acts like a sixth finger, allowing pandas to grasp bamboo with precision, strip leaves, and rotate stalks with calm efficiency. Despite these physical changes, the panda's digestive system never fully caught up. Unlike true herbivores, Pandas lack the complex stomach chambers needed to break down cellulose efficiently. As a result, they must eat almost constantly, consuming up to 40 kilograms of bamboo each day just to survive. This behavior defines their existence. A panda's life is a cycle of feeding, resting, and feeding again, not out of laziness, but necessity. Research conducted in the Kinling and Minshin Mountains shows that wild pandas spend more than half their lives eating. Their slow movements conserve energy, their calm demeanor reduces unnecessary exertion, and their solitary nature minimizes competition. In a world that often rewards speed, the panda survives by embracing slowness. Geography played a decisive role in shaping the panda's fate. As glaciers advanced and retreated during the ice ages, panda populations became isolated in mountainous refuges. These natural barriers protected them from some predators, but also trapped them. Over time, what was once a widespread species became fragmented into small, disconnected populations. Modern genetic studies reveal this history clearly. Panda DNA shows signs of bottlenecks, periods when numbers dropped dangerously low, reducing genetic diversity. And yet, against the odds, they endured. The mountains became both sanctuary and prison, offering safety while limiting expansion. Even today, wild pandas exist only in a handful of mountain ranges in central China, places where elevation, temperature, and bamboo species align just right. Human history eventually intersected with the panda's ancient rhythm. Early Chinese texts mention black and white bears living in remote forests, described as gentle, elusive, and rare. For centuries, pandas remained mostly untouched by human expansion, protected by their isolation and the difficulty of their terrain. But as agriculture spread, forests fell and bamboo habitats shrank. Unlike adaptable species that could move or change diets, pandas had nowhere else to go. Their specialization, once a strength, became a vulnerability. By the 20th century, deforestation, poaching, and habitat fragmentation pushed pandas to the edge of extinction. Fewer than 2,000 remained in the wild, their future uncertain, their survival dependent not on evolution, but on human choice. Yet even in this precarious moment, the panda continued to behave as it always had. It ate, rested, climbed trees, raised its cubs with quiet dedication, unaware of the global attention gathering around it. Scientists studying panda behavior often remark on this contrast, the world panicking, while the panda remains calm. This calm is not ignorance. It is adaptation refined over millions of years. The panda does not fight the forest, it moves with it. It does not dominate its environment, it fits into it. And perhaps that is why humans feel something profound when they look into a panda's face. In its steady gaze, in its unhurried presence, there is a reminder that survival does not always roar. Sometimes it whispers, chewing bamboo beneath drifting mist, waiting patiently for the world to slow down. High in the mountains of central China, where clouds press low against steep ridgelines and forests breathe out cool, damp air, the panda's world takes shape. These are not gentle hills or open plains. They are rugged, layered, folded landscapes carved by time and water. Elevation here matters. Most wild pandas live between 1,200 and 3,400 meters above sea level zones where temperature, rainfall, and vegetation align with remarkable precision. Bamboo forests dominate these slopes, thick, tangled, and alive with quiet movement. There are more than 60 species of bamboo in China, but only a fraction are suitable for pandas. Each species grows at specific elevations, flowers on long cycles, and dies back in sudden, dramatic waves. To survive here, a panda must understand its forest intimately, not through thought, but through instinct shaped by generations. The panda's habitat is defined by seasonality. In summer, pandas often move higher into the mountains, following fresh bamboo shoots that emerge in cooler zones. In winter, they descend to lower elevations, where snow is lighter and bamboo remains accessible. This vertical migration is slow and deliberate, a steady climb and descent that mirrors the rhythm of the year itself. Researchers using GPS collars have tracked these movements, revealing paths worn softly into the forest floor routes used again and again across decades. These paths are not random. They reflect deep ecological knowledge, encoded in behavior, passed quietly from mother to cub. Unlike herd animals, pandas live solitary lives, but they are not disconnected from one another. Their shared use of space, their overlapping ranges, create an invisible network of familiarity across the mountains. Within this forest, sound behaves differently. Thick vegetation absorbs noise, mist dampens echoes, and life moves quietly. This suits the panda well. Although large, weighing up to 150 kilograms, pandas are surprisingly discreet. Their padded paws distribute weight evenly, allowing them to walk without cracking branches or rustling leaves. This silence once helped them avoid predators such as ancient big cats and early human hunters. Today, it helps them remain unseen by the modern world. Camera trap footage often captures pandas passing close to human trails, unseen, unbothered, continuing on their slow journeys through bamboo corridors. The forest hides them, and in return they belong to it. Bamboo itself is both abundant and unforgiving. While it grows quickly, it offers little nutritional value. Bamboo is mostly fiber, low in protein and fat. To extract enough energy, pandas must consume enormous quantities, choosing carefully which parts to eat. Shoots, leaves, and stems vary in nutrition depending on season and species. Pandas show clear preferences, selecting bamboo that offers the highest energy return for the least effort. Studies of feeding behavior reveal patterns that look almost mathematical: bite rates adjusted to stalk thickness, chewing rhythms optimized for efficiency, pauses timed to rest jaw muscles. What appears to humans as slow, even clumsy, is in fact finely tuned survival behavior. One of the greatest challenges of panda habitat is bamboo flowering. Every few decades, entire bamboo species flower simultaneously, then die. These events transform forests dramatically, turning green abundance into brittle decay. Historically, pandas survived by migrating to areas with different bamboo species. But as human development fragmented forests, these escape routes vanished. In the 1970s and 1980s, mass bamboo die-offs led to panda starvation in several regions. This crisis marked a turning point. Scientists and policymakers realized that protecting pandas meant protecting entire landscapes, not isolated reserves. Connectivity became the key. Wildlife corridors were established, allowing pandas to move safely between habitats, restoring ancient paths that evolution had carved long ago. Climate change now adds another layer of uncertainty. Rising temperatures threaten bamboo distribution, pushing suitable species higher up mountains where space is limited. Models predict that without intervention, Significant portions of panda habitat could become unsuitable within the next century. Yet the panda remains, adapting quietly where it can. Some populations have begun using higher elevations more frequently. Others adjust feeding times to avoid heat stress. These changes are subtle, unfolding slowly, and often unnoticed. The panda does not announce adaptation. It simply continues. The panda's relationship with its environment is not one of domination, but dependence. Every fallen tree, every slope stabilized by roots, every stream shaded by bamboo matters. When forests are logged, soil erodes, water patterns shift, and bamboo suffers. In this way, the panda serves as an indicator species. Its presence signals ecosystem health. Where pandas thrive, forests tend to be intact, water clean. Biodiversity rich. Protecting pandas protects countless other species, from birds and amphibians to insects that pollinate bamboo itself. The panda does not know this role, but it fulfills it perfectly, simply by existing. To stand in panda habitat is to feel time differently. Growth is slow. Change is gradual. Human urgency fades beneath layers of green and stone. Researchers who spend years in these mountains often speak of transformation, not just of data collected, but of perception altered. Living among pandas teaches patience. Days may pass without sightings, weeks without direct contact, yet signs remain: chewed bamboo, footprints pressed into soft earth, fur caught on bark. These quiet traces speak volumes. They remind us that presence does not require spectacle. Life continues whether watched or not. And so the panda's world endures, balanced delicately between abundance and fragility. Mountains hold the forests, forests hold the bamboo. Bamboo holds the panda. Break one link and the chain weakens. Preserve it and an ancient rhythm continues. In these mist-filled valleys where silence feels alive, the panda moves as it always has, slow, deliberate, unhurried, carrying the weight of millions of years, one careful step at a time. To understand the panda, one must understand its body, a form shaped by contradiction. At first glance, the giant panda appears soft, rounded, almost toy-like. Thick fur blurs the edges of muscle and bone, black patches soften its expression, and slow movements give the impression of ease. But beneath this gentle exterior lies a structure built for endurance. The panda's skeleton is dense and powerful, its limbs strong, its joints flexible enough to climb, dig, and brace against bamboo stalks that resist every bite. Evolution has not made the panda efficient in the way a cheetah is efficient. It has made it resilient, capable of surviving on little. For a long time, in a quiet world that rewards patience, the panda's skull tells much of its story. Compared to other bears, the panda's head is larger in proportion to its body, housing enormous jaw muscles anchored to a pronounced sagittal crest. These muscles generate immense bite force necessary to crush bamboo culms that would defeat most mammals. Studies measuring panda bite strength show values comparable to large carnivores, despite the panda's herbivorous diet. This paradox reflects the panda's evolutionary compromise, a carnivore's machinery repurposed for plant consumption. Its teeth, broad and flat, grind rather than slice, yet still carry the lineage of predators long past. Perhaps the most famous adaptation is the panda's pseudo-thumb. This structure is not a true finger, but an enlarged radial sesamoid bone, once a small component of the wrist. Over time, natural selection favored individuals with slightly larger versions of this bone. allowing better grip on bamboo. Today, this pseudo-thumb functions with remarkable dexterity. Pandas can hold stalks, rotate them, peel leaves, and select specific sections to eat. Observations in both wild and captive pandas show consistent hand preferences, suggesting lateralization similar to human-handedness. This detail, small and easily overlooked, hints at neurological complexity, a mind coordinating fine motor skills in a body built for strength. Internally, the panda's digestive system reveals its greatest challenge. Unlike cows or deer, pandas lack specialized stomach chambers and fermenting bacteria capable of breaking down cellulose efficiently. Their intestines resemble those of carnivores, short, simple, and ill-suited for plant matter. As a result, pandas extract only a fraction of the nutrients from bamboo. Most passes through undigested. This inefficiency forces a lifestyle of constant consumption. A panda wakes, eats, rests briefly, eats again, repeating this cycle day and night. Energy conservation becomes paramount. Movement is slow, play is limited, aggression rare. Every action is weighed, unconsciously, against the cost it carries. The panda's metabolism reflects this reality. Compared to other mammals of similar size, pandas have unusually low metabolic rates. Research measuring oxygen consumption shows that pandas burn energy at levels closer to sloths than bears. Thyroid hormone activity is reduced, contributing to lower body temperature and slower energy use. This physiological downshift allows survival on a low-calorie diet, but comes at a cost. Pandas are sensitive to stress, illness, and environmental change. Their bodies are finely tuned to stability, not disruption. Vision and hearing in pandas are adapted to forest life. Their eyes, framed by dark patches, are often misinterpreted as expressive features meant to charm humans. In reality, the patches may reduce glare, enhance facial signaling between pandas, or simply be a neutral result of pigmentation genetics. Pandas rely more on smell than sight. Scent marks left on trees and rocks carry information about identity, reproductive status, and territory. These chemical messages form a silent conversation across the forest, one that can persist long after the panda has moved on. In a solitary species, scent becomes connection. Vocal communication, though rare, plays a crucial role during breeding season. Pandas produce a surprising range of sounds: bleats, honks, chirps, and growls, each carrying specific meaning. Female bleats signal receptivity, male vocalizations establish presence and reduce physical conflict. These sounds are brief, purposeful, and quickly fade back into silence. Outside of mating, pandas say little. Silence suits their energy economy and the quiet forests they inhabit. Reproduction represents one of the panda's most fragile biological traits. Female pandas are fertile for only a few days each year, a narrow window that demands precise timing. Cubs are born extremely underdeveloped, blind, hairless, weighing barely 100 grams. The contrast between mother and newborn is among the most extreme in mammals. For weeks, the mother dedicates herself entirely to her cubby, holding it gently, feeding it milk rich in fat and protein, protecting it from cold and injury. During this time, she eats little, losing weight, drawing on stored reserves. This period tests the limits of her physiology, and not all cubs survive. In the wild, mortality rates are high, and twin births often result in the mother raising only one cub. As the cub grows, the bond between mother and offspring becomes the center of its world. Cubs learn by watching, following, mimicking. They explore bamboo clumsily, tumble down slopes, climb trees with awkward determination. Play, though energetically costly, serves an essential role, building muscle, coordination, and confidence. These early months shape the panda's future, embedding patterns of movement and behavior that will last a lifetime. Every aspect of the panda's body tells the same story: adaptation through compromise. Nothing is perfect. Nothing is wasted. Each feature exists because it works well enough in a specific place under specific conditions. The panda is not a masterpiece of efficiency. It is a triumph of persistence. Against nutritional limits, reproductive challenges, and environmental instability, it continues. Not by changing quickly, but by holding steady, trusting a path carved slowly through time. In the stillness of the bamboo forest, when a panda sits chewing rhythmically, eyes half closed, breath slow and deep, its body is doing exactly what evolution shaped it to do: survive quietly, endure patiently, and remind us that life does not always need to hurry to last. The life of a panda unfolds at a pace that feels almost disconnected from the modern world. There is no rush in its days, no frantic search for opportunity, no excess motion. From the moment a panda wakes, its priorities are clear and unchanging. Hunger comes first, not as urgency, but as rhythm. A panda rises slowly, stretches its heavy limbs, and begins the steady work of feeding. Bamboo crackles softly between its teeth, a sound that becomes the heartbeat of the forest floor. Hours pass this way, light shifting across leaves, mist lifting and settling again, while the panda remains in place, fully absorbed in the act of eating. Daily activity patterns in wild pandas have been studied through years of observation and tracking. Unlike strictly nocturnal or diurnal animals, pandas are crepuscular flexible, active at various times depending on temperature and bamboo availability. In warmer months, feeding often peaks in early morning and late afternoon, when heat is less intense. In colder seasons, activity spreads more evenly across the day. This flexibility reflects the panda's sensitivity to energy expenditure. Heat increases metabolic cost, cold demands insulation, and the panda adjusts quietly, without drama, without waste. Rest follows feeding, not as sleep, but as stillness. Pandas often lie on their sides, backs, or bellies, paws folded loosely, eyes half-lidded. During these periods, digestion continues slowly and energy is conserved. Sleep comes in short intervals, rarely deep or prolonged. The panda remains aware of its surroundings, ready to rise if disturbed, but otherwise content to remain motionless. This pattern repeats endlessly, feeding and resting woven together, forming a life that appears simple, yet is precisely calibrated to survival. Movement through the forest is deliberate. Pandas do not wander aimlessly. Their home ranges, though overlapping with others, are familiar landscapes, mapped through memory and scent. Trails connect feeding sites, resting spots, and seasonal resources. These paths are used repeatedly, pressed gently into soil, vegetation parted without destruction. Researchers studying panda movement describe it as economical, minimizing elevation changes, avoiding unnecessary obstacles, selecting routes that reduce effort. In steep terrain, pandas show remarkable balance, placing weight carefully, using tails and limbs to stabilize themselves on slopes that challenge human climbers. Despite their size, pandas are capable climbers. Trees provide refuge, especially for cubs, and safe resting places away from ground disturbances. Climbing behavior peaks in younger pandas, declining with age as body mass increases. Cubs climb instinctively, scrambling upward with surprising agility, often overshooting their abilities and tumbling down harmlessly. These falls are part of learning, part of the slow construction of competence. Adult pandas climb less frequently, but remain capable when necessary, particularly during interactions or environmental changes. Solitude defines much of a panda's existence. Unlike social bears, pandas spend most of their lives alone. This is not loneliness, but strategy. Bamboo resources are abundant, but low in nutrition. Sharing would mean competition, and competition demands energy. By living apart, pandas reduce conflict, conserve calories, and maintain stability. Encounters between adults are rare outside of mating season, and even then, interactions are cautious. Body language, scent cues, and vocalizations help avoid physical confrontation. Aggression is costly, and pandas avoid it whenever possible. Mating season introduces a brief shift in this solitary rhythm. For a few weeks each year, the forest becomes subtly louder. Scent marks increase, vocalizations echo faintly through bamboo stands, and movement patterns change. Males roam wider ranges, tracking receptive females, while females advertise fertility through scent and sound. Competition among males occurs, but often through displays rather than fights. Size, strength, and vocal confidence determine access, minimizing injury. When mating occurs, it is brief, unceremonious, and quickly over. Afterwards, the pandas separate, returning to their solitary paths. Motherhood transforms the female panda's life profoundly. After a gestation period marked by delayed implantation, the cub arrives tiny and vulnerable. For months, the mother's world narrows to a single responsibility. She builds a den, often in hollow trees or rock crevices, and remains there almost continuously. Feeding time shortens, body reserves deplete, and focus sharpens. Every movement becomes careful, every sound assessed. This intense maternal investment is rare among bears and reflects the panda's extreme reproductive strategy. As the cub grows, the forest re-enters their shared world. The mother guides gently, allowing exploration, correcting mistakes through presence rather than force. Cubs learn which bamboo to eat, where to rest, how to move safely across terrain. This learning is slow, unfolding over more than a year. Independence comes gradually, marked not by separation, but by increasing distance, until one day the cub simply does not follow. The mother returns to her solitary life, and the cycle continues. Illness and injury pose serious threats. With low energy reserves, pandas have limited capacity to recover from trauma. Minor injuries can become fatal infections difficult to overcome. In the wild, natural selection is unforgiving. Only individuals well adapted to their environment survive long enough to reproduce. This reality underlies the panda's calm demeanor. Risk-taking is minimized, conflict avoided, movement measured. Caution is not fear, it is wisdom encoded in behavior. In observing the daily life of pandas, scientists often remark on the absence of excess. There is no showmanship, no wasted effort, no unnecessary drama. Everything serves a purpose, even rest. This simplicity resonates deeply with human observers, perhaps because it contrasts so sharply with our own lives. In the panda's steady routines, we glimpse an alternative way of being, one where existence is enough, where survival does not require constant striving. As daylight fades in the bamboo forest, and shadows stretch long across moss-covered ground, a panda settles once more into stillness. Chewing slows, breathing deepens, and the forest holds its breath alongside it. Another day passes unremarkable, successful. And in that quiet success, the panda continues its ancient story one peaceful moment at a time. For much of human history, the panda existed beyond awareness, hidden in remote mountains, cloaked by forest and mist. It moved through time untouched by myth or legend. Early encounters were rare, fleeting, and often misunderstood. Ancient Chinese records speak of a creature called the Mo, described as black and white, gentle and elusive. It was said to calm conflict, to bring peace, to possess a quiet strength that did not rely on force. Whether these descriptions were symbolic or observational is uncertain, but they reflect something real. Even then, humans sensed that this animal was different. Not a predator to be feared, not prey to be hunted, but a presence that asked for stillness. As centuries passed, human populations expanded and forests receded. Roads, farms, and towns pushed steadily into wild landscapes. Many species adapted by changing diets, altering behavior, or migrating elsewhere. The panda did none of these. Its dependence on bamboo, its slow reproductive rate, and its sensitivity to disturbance left it vulnerable in ways that were not immediately visible. Decline came quietly, numbers thinning, ranges shrinking, until absence became noticeable. By the time the modern world truly discovered the panda, it was already in danger. The first confirmed Western encounter with a giant panda occurred in 1869, when French missionary Armand David obtained a panda skin in Sichuan province. The scientific world reacted with astonishment. Here was a bear that looked unlike any other, with striking coloration and traits that challenged classification. Was it a bear, a raccoon, something else entirely? Debate continued for decades, fueled by limited specimens and incomplete understanding. During this period, pandas were hunted, collected, displayed, their rarity increasing their value. Each removal from the wild weakened populations further, though few recognized the cost at the time. In the early 20th century, live pandas began appearing in zoos. They captivated audiences instantly. Children stared. Adults smiled, newspapers printed photographs that spread across continents. The panda's image carried an emotional weight unlike any other animal. It did not inspire fear or dominance, but affection. Its rounded form, expressive eyes, and calm behavior resonated deeply with human psychology. Scientists later described this response as an example of the baby schema effect, a set of physical traits that trigger caregiving instincts. The panda became, unintentionally, the perfect ambassador for wildlife. This popularity brought both harm and hope. Demand for pandas increased, leading to more captures, more removals from fragile populations. At the same time, awareness grew. Governments, scientists, and conservationists began to understand that this animal could disappear within a single human lifetime. In China, where the panda lived exclusively, attitudes shifted. What was once an obscure mountain bear became a national treasure. Protection laws emerged. Reserves were established, and research initiatives expanded. One of the most remarkable chapters in panda history is panda diplomacy. Beginning in the mid-20th century, China used pandas as symbols of goodwill, gifting or loaning them to other nations. These exchanges carried political meaning, but they also sparked global interest in conservation. Zoos receiving pandas were required to invest in research, habitat protection, and breeding programs. Money flowed back into panda conservation in China, supporting reserves and scientific study. The panda became a bridge connecting nations through shared responsibility for a single species. Scientific understanding of pandas deepened rapidly during this time. Field studies revealed population numbers, habitat requirements, and genetic challenges. Researchers discovered that panda populations were more fragmented than previously believed, isolated in mountain pockets separated by human development. This fragmentation limited gene flow, increasing vulnerability to disease and environmental change. Conservation strategies evolved in response. Rather than focusing solely on breeding, emphasis shifted to habitat restoration, corridor creation, and landscape-level planning. Captive breeding programs faced early struggles. Pandas proved difficult to breed in captivity, their narrow fertility windows, stress sensitivity, and complex behavior confounding early efforts. Over time, patience, improved understanding, and respect for panda biology yielded success. Artificial insemination techniques were refined, cub survival rates increased, and genetic management reduced inbreeding. These advances were not quick nor easy. They required decades of research, observation, and adaptation. In this way, humans began to mirror the panda's own strategy, progress through persistence rather than force. Public perception of pandas transformed conservation itself. Unlike abstract concepts like biodiversity loss, the panda was tangible, visible, emotionally engaging. It became the face of endangered species worldwide, appearing in logos, campaigns, and educational materials. This visibility translated into funding, political support, and international cooperation. Protecting pandas meant protecting forests, and protecting forests meant preserving water sources, carbon sinks, and countless other species. The panda's survival became intertwined with global environmental health. Yet this reliance on charisma carries risk. Conservationists caution against focusing too narrowly on a single species. Saving pandas alone without addressing broader ecological systems would be short-lived success. Fortunately, panda conservation has largely avoided this trap. Because pandas require large, intact habitats, their protection inherently benefits entire ecosystems. In this way, the panda serves as both symbol and substance, an emotional entry point into serious science. Today, panda numbers in the wild have increased modestly enough for their conservation status to improve from endangered to vulnerable. This milestone reflects real progress, but not safety. Threats remain: climate change, habitat fragmentation, and human pressure continue to loom. The panda's future depends on sustained commitment, long-term planning, and humility. It is not a species that can rebound quickly or adapt suddenly. It asks for time, stability, and respect. Looking back, the relationship between humans and pandas is a study in contrast. We move fast, consume widely, change landscapes rapidly. The panda moves slowly, eats narrowly, and resists change. Where these paths collided, the panda suffered. Where they aligned, recovery began. In recognizing the panda's needs, we learned something essential about our own responsibilities. Not every problem can be solved quickly. Some require restraint, patience, and the willingness to slow down. As the sun sets over the bamboo mountains, and a panda continues its quiet routine, chewing, resting, existing, it carries with it the weight of this shared history. A reminder of what was lost, what was learned, and what still hangs in balance. The panda does not ask for admiration or attention or symbolism. It asks only for space, silence, and time. Modern science entered the panda's world slowly, cautiously, learning to listen before attempting to intervene. Early research efforts were limited by terrain, weather, and the panda's elusive nature. Dense forests obscured observation, rugged mountains resisted access, and the panda itself seemed to vanish whenever humans approached. For years, much of what scientists believed about pandas was based on inference, fragments of evidence pieced together from tracks of droppings and chewed bamboo. It was a science of patience, of waiting, of accepting incomplete answers while building understanding one quiet observation at a time. One of the first breakthroughs came through long-term field studies. Researchers began living in panda habitat for months, sometimes years, adapting their own lives to the forest's rhythm. They learned when pandas were most active, where they fed, how they moved across elevations. Radio collars, carefully designed to minimize discomfort, allowed scientists to track individuals without constant human presence. These collars revealed home range sizes, migration patterns, and habitat preferences with unprecedented clarity. What emerged was not chaos, but order. Pandas followed predictable routines, responding to seasonal changes in bamboo growth with remarkable consistency. Genetic research opened another window into the panda's past and future. By analyzing DNA from hair, feces, and blood samples, scientists reconstructed population histories spanning thousands of years. They identified genetic bottlenecks, periods when numbers dropped sharply, leaving lasting imprints on diversity. These findings confirmed what habitat surveys suggested, that isolation was a critical threat. Small, disconnected populations faced higher risks of inbreeding, disease, and local extinction. Conservation strategies shifted accordingly. The goal became not just protecting pandas, but reconnecting them. Landscape-level conservation emerged as a guiding principle. Rather than isolated reserves, networks of protected areas were established, linked by corridors of restored forest. These corridors allowed pandas to move safely between populations, exchange genes, and recolonize suitable habitat. Satellite imagery and ecological modeling guided these efforts, identifying critical pathways across human-dominated landscapes. Reforestation projects replaced farmland on steep slopes, reducing erosion, improving water quality, and expanding bamboo growth. Each corridor represented not just a physical connection, but a commitment to long-term thinking. Technology continued to refine understanding. Camera traps captured rare moments, mothers with cubs, playful juveniles, nocturnal movements unseen by human eyes. These images provided behavioral insights, confirmed population increases, and built public support. Advances in non-invasive hormone analysis allowed scientists to monitor reproductive cycles through fecal samples, reducing stress on animals. Health assessments improved, disease risks identified early, and veterinary care refined. The panda became one of the most closely studied large mammals on Earth, not because it was easy, but because it mattered. Captive research played a complementary role. Breeding centers in China became hubs of scientific collaboration. blending traditional knowledge with modern biology. Caretakers learned to read subtle behavioral cues, signs of stress, readiness, discomfort. Enclosures were redesigned to mimic natural environments, offering choice, complexity, and privacy. Enrichment activities encouraged natural behaviors, climbing, foraging, exploration. Cubs born in captivity were raised with minimal human contact, using panda-shaped puppets and recorded sounds to prevent imprinting. The goal was not exhibition, but preparation for life in the wild. Reintroduction programs marked a new chapter. Carefully selected individuals, often orphans or captive-born pandas, were trained for independence in semi-wild enclosures. They learned to recognize predators, choose nutritious bamboo, navigate terrain. Monitoring continued after release, tracking survival, reproduction, and integration into wild populations. Success was measured not in headlines, but in years as pandas established territories, raised cubs, and disappeared once more into the forest. Each successful reintroduction was a quiet victory, built on decades of accumulated knowledge. Challenges remain complex. Climate models predict shifts in bamboo distribution, potentially outpacing conservation efforts. Human development pressures persist. Roads fragment habitat. Tourism introduces disturbance. Disease transmission between domestic animals and wildlife poses emerging risks. Addressing these challenges requires constant adaptation, interdisciplinary collaboration, and humility. Scientists acknowledge uncertainty openly, revising strategies as new data emerges. Panda conservation is not a finished story, but an ongoing process. Perhaps the most profound lesson science has learned from pandas is restraint. Intervening too aggressively can disrupt natural behavior, while neglect invites decline. The balance lies in support without domination, guidance without control. This philosophy reflects a broader shift in conservation thinking from conquering nature to coexisting with it. The panda, by virtue of its needs and limits, has taught humans how to slow down, observe carefully, and act thoughtfully. In the quiet hours of dawn, when researchers hike through mist-laden forests, recording tracks, checking cameras, listening for distant movement, science becomes something deeply human. It is curiosity tempered by respect, ambition softened by patience. Somewhere nearby, unseen, a panda continues its ancient routine, unaware of satellite data, genetic models, or conservation plans. It eats, rests, moves, and survives. And in doing so, it justifies every careful effort made on its behalf, reminding us that knowledge, like survival, grows best when given time. Climate change moves differently than deforestation or hunting. It does not arrive with the sound of chainsaws or gunfire. It comes quietly through shifting temperatures, altered rainfall, and seasons that no longer behave as memory expects. For the panda, whose life depends on precision, this subtle change carries immense weight. Bamboo does not grow everywhere, and it does not respond quickly. Each species of bamboo follows strict environmental rules, elevation bands, moisture levels, temperature thresholds. When these conditions drift, bamboo does not adapt easily. It retreats or it fails. Scientific models studying panda habitat under future climate scenarios paint a complex picture. Some regions may temporarily benefit, warming allowing bamboo to grow at higher elevations previously too cold. But mountains have limits. There is only so much upward space before slopes become rock, before soil thins, before nothing grows at all. As suitable zones climb, they shrink. What was once a wide band of forest becomes a narrow ribbon near the peaks. Pandas following bamboo upward may find themselves with less room, fewer escape routes, and increased competition. Rainfall patterns matter just as much as temperature. Bamboo depends on consistent moisture. Too little rain and growth slows, shoots weaken, leaves thin. Too much and roots rot, fungal disease spreads, entire stands collapse. Climate change increases extremes, longer droughts, heavier storms, unpredictable cycles. For an animal that eats one thing, unpredictability is dangerous. Pandas cannot simply switch diets or migrate across continents. Their options are limited, and those limits are tightening. Researchers have already observed subtle behavioral shifts. In some regions, pandas adjust feeding times, becoming more nocturnal to avoid heat. Others alter migration patterns, lingering longer at certain elevations than they once did. These changes are small, almost invisible, but they matter. They indicate stress, adaptation in progress, a system being nudged toward its limits. Adaptation buys time, but it does not guarantee safety. Human infrastructure compounds these pressures. Roads fragment forests, creating barriers that pandas are reluctant to cross. Even narrow roads disrupt scent trails, introduce noise, and increase risk of vehicle collisions. As climate pushes pandas to move, these barriers become more significant. A habitat that exists on a map may be unreachable in reality. Conservation planning increasingly focuses on this intersection. Climate resilience and connectivity. Corridors must not only exist, they must lead somewhere useful, somewhere that will remain suitable decades from now. Water systems offer another lens into change. Panda habitats often protect the headwaters of major rivers. As forests shift, so do water flows. Bamboo loss increases erosion, sediment clogs streams. Seasonal flooding worsens downstream. Protecting panda habitat therefore protects human communities, agriculture, and drinking water supplies far beyond the mountains. In this way, the panda becomes a climate ally, its survival aligned with human adaptation strategies. The challenge lies in time scales. Climate change unfolds over decades, while political cycles turn quickly. Conservation requires commitments that outlast administrations, budgets, and trends. The panda, slow breeding, slow moving, demands long horizons. This mismatch tests human systems. Can societies plan far enough ahead to protect a species that cannot outrun change? Can we value futures we will not personally see? Some solutions are emerging. Assisted forest regeneration, planting bamboo species predicted to thrive under future conditions, offers one path. Expanding protected areas upslope before climate forces movement buys critical time. Reducing local stressors, such as logging and tourism pressure, increases resilience. Giving pandas greater capacity to cope with global change. None of these actions are dramatic. They lack spectacle. They succeed quietly, if at all. There is also an emotional dimension to climate impact. For researchers who have spent decades studying specific valleys, watching familiar bamboo stands decline carries grief. These forests are not abstract data points, they are lived places, full of memory. The panda's struggle mirrors a broader loss, landscapes changing faster than understanding. Species responding without comprehension, simply doing their best with what remains. Yet even here, there is restraint in the panda's response. It does not panic. It does not overreach. It adjusts slowly, conservatively, testing new paths, retreating when necessary. In this behavior lies a lesson. Adaptation is not about speed alone, but about balance, about knowing when to move and when to stay. As night falls over warming mountains and stars blink through thinning cloud, a panda feeds beneath a sky that no longer behaves as it once did. The bamboo tastes the same for now. The rhythm continues for now. The question is not whether the panda will adapt today or tomorrow, but whether the world will allow adaptation to remain possible at all. In the midst of scientific models, policy debates, and climate projections, it is easy to forget that the panda is not an idea. It is an individual. Each panda carries a life shaped by chance, by birth location, by the subtle differences in bamboo quality between valleys, by the presence or absence of a corridor that allows movement. Conservation statistics speak in numbers, populations rising, habitats expanding, statuses changing. But the lived reality of a panda is measured in quieter terms, in full stomachs, safe resting places, and the successful rearing of a single cub. Field researchers often speak of the first time they truly see a panda in the wild. Not a fleeting glimpse, but a sustained moment. The animal is usually unaware of being watched, absorbed in feeding, or resting against a tree. Time stretches. The observer's breathing slows. There is a sense of privilege, but also humility. The panda is not performing. It does not acknowledge the human presence. It exists on its own terms. In these moments, the abstraction of conservation collapses into something deeply personal. Protecting pandas becomes less about saving a species and more about honoring lives that unfold quietly, without spectacle. This perspective has shaped a new generation of conservationists. Many enter the field inspired by the panda's image, but remain because of what the panda teaches them about restraint and responsibility. Panda conservation demands listening, adapting, and accepting limits. It rejects quick fixes. It rewards patience. Success is measured not by domination over nature, but by the absence of interference. By ecosystems functioning well enough that humans fade into the background. Local communities play a crucial role in this balance. Villages near panda reserves once depended heavily on forest resources, firewood, grazing land, timber. Conservation initially brought tension, restrictions felt like loss. Over time, collaborative approaches emerged. Alternative livelihoods, such as sustainable agriculture, ecotourism, and conservation employment, reduced pressure on forests. Education programs built pride in local biodiversity, reframing pandas not as obstacles, but as shared heritage. Where communities benefit from protection, forests recover more fully and pandas respond. These relationships are fragile, requiring trust, transparency, and fairness. Conservation imposed without consent rarely endures. The panda's survival depends as much on human relationships as on bamboo growth. This truth complicates the narrative, but also strengthens it. Saving pandas is not a matter of fencing off wilderness. It is a social process, negotiated and renegotiated over time. Cultural meaning continues to evolve. In China, the panda has become a symbol of harmony between humanity and nature. In the global imagination, it represents innocence, vulnerability, and hope. These meanings carry power, shaping public support, influencing policy, mobilizing resources. But they also risk simplifying reality. The panda is not fragile in the way porcelain is fragile. It has survived ice ages, tectonic shifts, and millennia of change. Its vulnerability today arises not from weakness, but from specialization in a world that is changing too fast. Understanding this distinction matters. It reframes conservation from charity to responsibility. Pandas do not need to be rescued from nature. They need nature to be allowed to function. This shift in thinking echoes across conservation science, moving focus from individual animals to systems, from emergency response to prevention. In quiet research stations tucked into mountain valleys, scientists analyze data late into the night. Graphs and models glow softly on screens, predicting futures that have not yet arrived. Outside, the forest breathes. Somewhere within it, a panda moves slowly through bamboo, unaware of projections or plans. It lives in the present, responding to immediate needs, trusting patterns that have worked for generations. That trust is both strength and vulnerability. The panda assumes continuity, that bamboo will regrow, that corridors will remain, that silence will persist. Whether this assumption holds depends on choices made far from these mountains, in cities, governments, and industries. The panda cannot influence those decisions. It can only continue as it always has. Perhaps this is why the panda resonates so deeply. It asks nothing directly, yet demands everything indirectly. To ensure its future, humans must reconsider their own pace, their own appetite, their own relationship with the land. The panda does not change to accommodate us. It waits, calmly chewing bamboo as the world decides whether to change for it. As dawn returns to the mountains, light filters through leaves, and mist lifts once more. Another day begins unannounced, unspectacular. A panda settles into feeding, repeating motions older than memory. In that repetition lies resilience and a quiet challenge. Will we allow this rhythm to continue, not just for the panda, but for all the lives bound to the same forest breath? Time behaves differently in the panda's world. Years pass without markers, seasons blend into one another, and change reveals itself only through subtle shifts in bamboo growth or the slow widening of a familiar trail. For a panda, the future is not imagined, it is inherited. Survival depends on patterns learned early and followed faithfully. This way of living has carried the species across millions of years, but it also means that disruption echoes deeply. When a forest is altered, the impact lingers long after machinery has gone, long after human attention has moved on. Long-term studies show that pandas remember landscapes. Individuals return to the same feeding areas year after year, use the same resting trees, revisit familiar slopes even after long absences. This spatial memory is precise, almost conservative. When habitat changes abruptly, roads appear, bamboo is lost, or noise increases, pandas hesitate. Some avoid altered areas entirely, even if bamboo remains. Others attempt to adjust, moving cautiously, testing boundaries, retreating when conditions feel wrong. These behavioral responses reveal a mind tuned not for novelty, but for continuity. This reliance on memory creates generational consequences. A cub raised in a fragmented forest learns a smaller world. Its mental map contains fewer options, fewer escape routes, fewer feeding sites. Even if habitat is later restored, those lost pathways may not be rediscovered easily. Conservation therefore carries a temporal responsibility. Protecting landscapes today preserves not just space, but knowledge, behavioral inheritance passed quietly from mother to cub. Researchers studying reintroduced pandas have observed this challenge firsthand. Pandas released into suitable habitat sometimes struggle, not because bamboo is absent, but because familiarity is missing. They move cautiously, explore less, feed inefficiently at first. Over time, many adapt, building new maps, learning new rhythms. But adaptation takes time, and time carries risk. Each day of inefficiency drains energy reserves. Each mistake carries consequence. Reintroduction success depends on patience, careful site selection, and ongoing support. The concept of baseline shifting emerges here. Each generation of humans accepts the environment they inherit as normal. Forests once vast are remembered only in records. Species once common become rare, and loss becomes invisible. Pandas experience a similar shift, but without awareness. A panda born into a reduced habitat does not know what has been lost. It adapts to what remains, as long as survival is possible. This adaptability can mask decline, creating the illusion of stability until thresholds are crossed. Thresholds matter deeply in ecology. Systems can absorb disturbance, compensate, and appear unchanged until a tipping point is reached. Bamboo loss beyond a certain extent, fragmentation beyond a certain distance, disturbance beyond a certain frequency, can push a population into irreversible decline. Pandas, slow to reproduce, slow to disperse, are particularly sensitive to these tipping points. Conservation aims to stay well clear of them, but predicting their exact location is difficult. Uncertainty is constant, demanding humility. There is a quiet irony in the panda's role as a global conservation icon. It draws attention, funding, and political will, yet it cannot benefit from urgency alone. Quick campaigns, short-term wins, and reactive measures offer little to a species that lives on geological time. What pandas need most is consistency, policies that persist, protections that endure, forests allowed to grow old and complex. Old forests matter. Mature bamboo stands offer stability, diversity, and resilience that young plantations cannot replicate quickly. In places where protection has been sustained, results emerge slowly but clearly. Bamboo regenerates, soil deepens, water cycles stabilize. Pandas respond not with celebration but with presence. They return quietly, leaving tracks where none existed before. Camera traps capture new individuals. Cubs appear, ranges expand gently outward. These are the true metrics of success, not dramatic recoveries, but gradual return. For scientists and conservationists, this pace can be frustrating. Funding cycles end, careers change, attention shifts. The panda's timeline rarely aligns with human impatience, yet those who remain often describe a transformation in themselves. Working with pandas teaches acceptance of limits, appreciation for small changes, and respect for processes beyond control. It reshapes ambition from wanting to fix the world to wanting to avoid breaking it further. In the stillness of a high mountain forest, where bamboo leaves whisper softly against one another, a panda pauses between bites. The moment is unremarkable, unrecorded, unseen, but it represents continuity, a thread unbroken for another day. That continuity is the quiet goal of conservation. Not dominance, not spectacle, but the simple ability for life to continue doing what it has always done. As evening shadows lengthen and the forest cools, the panda settles once more into rest. Its breathing slows, its body relaxes, and the world narrows to the immediate present. Tomorrow will come much like today if the forest remains. And in that fragile if lies the true measure of our choices, stretched across time, waiting. Like the panda itself, to see what endures. Pandas exist in a world of extremes, elevations that scrape the clouds, temperatures that fluctuate wildly, and bamboo that blooms and dies in long, unpredictable cycles. Every aspect of their life is a negotiation with these extremes. Unlike animals that can migrate long distances with ease, pandas navigate a constrained environment. Mountains are both sanctuary and barrier. Steep slopes protect them from predators and human intrusion, yet also limit range expansion. In this tension lies the quiet drama of survival. No rush, no spectacle, only adaptation measured in small daily acts. The bamboo forests that define panda life are themselves dynamic systems. Bamboo species flower in cycles that may span decades, after which entire stands die, leaving gaps that take years to refill. Pandas respond to these fluctuations not through innovation, but through patience. They shift elevations, move across valleys, or switch bamboo species. These responses are subtle, almost invisible to the casual observer, yet they are critical for survival. Researchers tracking bamboo die-offs note that panda populations decline in the affected zones, sometimes disappearing entirely, only to reappear in areas that remained intact. Nature provides no guarantees, and each generation faces this delicate balance anew. Nutrition, or rather its scarcity, shapes nearly every behavioral pattern. Bamboo is abundant but low in calories. A panda must consume 40 to 60 kilograms per day, chewing rhythmically, methodically, almost meditatively. This constant feeding occupies much of the panda's waking life. Even social interactions, rare though they are, pause for meals. Scientists studying energy budgets find that pandas conserve every possible calorie. Minimal movement, gentle climbing, long rests. The efficiency of motion is remarkable. Each step, each grasp, each bite is calculated by evolution itself. It is a life defined by moderation, a stark contrast to human urgency and excess. Solitary behavior, often mistaken for shyness, is also a product of necessity. Pandas maintain home ranges that may overlap slightly with others, but encounters are brief and cautious. Scent marking is the preferred method of communication, leaving invisible messages of presence, territory, and reproductive status. This chemical language preserves social structure without energy expenditure. Vocalizations are limited, used mostly in mating season or when cubs require maternal attention. The quietness of the species is not social withdrawal. It is strategic conservation of energy, an adaptation honed over millennia. Reproduction, perhaps the panda's most vulnerable trait, is a delicate choreography. Females are fertile for only 2 to 3 days per year. Timing is critical. Mating involves brief encounters, followed by months of gestation with delayed implantation, ensuring the embryo develops only under optimal conditions. Cubs are born extraordinarily small, weighing roughly 1,000th of the mother's weight, utterly dependent. For weeks, mothers rarely leave the den, subsisting on stored energy while providing warmth, protection, and nutrition. Twin cubs often force the mother to prioritize one, a cruel but natural selection process. Each successful birth represents an evolutionary triumph over both biological and environmental odds. Observations of cub development reveal fascinating behavioral learning. Cubs imitate feeding, climbing, and navigation under maternal guidance. Their play, tumbling, wrestling, and mock climbing is essential, building coordination, strength, and environmental understanding. By the time they leave the maternal den, they carry not just survival skills but the memory of roots, safe resting places, and the rhythm of bamboo growth. In this transmission of knowledge, the continuity of species relies not on individual genius, but on patience, routine, and meticulous teaching across generations. The interaction between pandas and their ecosystem is intricate. As primary consumers of bamboo, pandas influence the distribution and regeneration of plant species. Their selective feeding encourages growth patterns that maintain biodiversity. Fallen bamboo stalks, partially eaten, decompose slowly, enriching the soil. Footprints create micro-channels for water flow. Even their scent marking, which might seem trivial, attracts insects that further affect ecological processes. The panda is both an agent of stability and a participant in constant, subtle change, embedded within a system as much larger than itself. Human presence introduces both threat and protection. Roads, settlements, and agriculture fragment habitats, creating barriers and forcing movement through risky corridors. Poaching, though reduced, remains a concern, as does disease transfer from livestock. Yet human efforts have created reserves, wildlife corridors, and global breeding programs. The combination of habitat protection, scientific monitoring, and international awareness offers hope, but the scale of intervention must match the slow, deliberate pace of the panda's life. Conservation is not about urgency, it is about synchronization with ecological rhythm. As night falls, the forest quiets further. Mist rises along the ridges, wind whispers through bamboo leaves, and the panda's silhouette becomes a shadow among shadows. It continues its simple routine, feeding, resting, moving slowly, surviving. Each day, though repetitive, carries significance. Small adjustments, careful energy budgeting, and adherence to patterns ensure survival against unpredictable environmental changes. In observing these moments, humans gain insight into an existence governed by patience, restraint, and the long arc of time. The panda's world is a testament to endurance. It thrives not through speed, aggression, or conquest, but through quiet adaptation and meticulous attention to the needs of both body and environment. Its life is a meditation on balance, offering humans a reflection of a world that moves more slowly, more carefully, and with a resilience built over millions of years. In every deliberate step, every measured bite, and every silent observation, the panda continues its ancient story, an unbroken rhythm that challenges us to understand, respect, and protect the fragile continuum of life. The panda's existence is inseparable from the forests it inhabits, yet these forests are far from static. Landslides, storms, insect outbreaks, and bamboo flowering events create ever-shifting landscapes. Pandas respond not with haste, but with quiet awareness. When a stand of bamboo flowers and dies, the panda may travel several kilometers to locate new feeding grounds. These migrations are slow, methodical, and energy conscious. Every choice is weighed against caloric cost. Unlike animals that flee danger or pursue opportunity with abandon, pandas move deliberately, conserving energy while negotiating a changing environment. Bamboo itself is a marvel of resilience and impermanence. Most species live for decades, yet they flower simultaneously and die, often in vast synchrony. This mass flowering is both a challenge and an opportunity. For pandas, it necessitates movement and flexibility. For ecosystems, it triggers regeneration and diversity. Young bamboo sprouts after flowering provide higher nutritional content, and pandas exploit these ephemeral resources. Scientists tracking feeding preferences find that pandas are highly selective, choosing bamboo with the best balance of leaves, shoots, and stems, demonstrating a nuanced understanding of what their environment offers. The interplay between pandas and predators has largely faded over millennia, yet the evolutionary imprint remains. Early panda ancestors faced large carnivores, and behavioral caution persists. Even in the absence of major threats, pandas avoid confrontation, displaying minimal aggression. When alarmed, they climb trees or retreat silently rather than fight. Cubs learn this strategy from mothers, reinforcing a culture of non-confrontation. It is a survival tactic that balances risk with energy efficiency, allowing pandas to thrive in environments where resources are limited. One of the most remarkable aspects of panda behavior is their memory of seasonal changes. Pandas track bamboo growth patterns across elevations and valleys, returning to specific feeding sites year after year. This knowledge is passed from mother to cub, ensuring continuity of survival strategies. When a cub disperses into its own territory, it carries inherited knowledge of resource distribution. This behavioral inheritance functions much like cultural transmission in humans, though subtle and unconscious. It is one of the reasons the species has endured despite low reproductive rates and environmental instability. Water availability shapes daily and seasonal life. Streams and ponds provide drinking sources and contribute to the health of bamboo forests. Pandas are sensitive to water scarcity, and climate-induced shifts in precipitation can force movements to lower elevations or alternate valleys. Soil erosion caused by deforestation can reduce water retention and affect bamboo regeneration. Conservation strategies, therefore, integrate watershed protection with habitat preservation, highlighting the panda's role as both consumer and indicator of ecosystem health. Disease dynamics are another concern. In small, isolated populations, pathogens can spread quickly, posing serious risks. Pandas are generally solitary, which reduces some transmission, but proximity to livestock and human settlements introduces new threats. Veterinary research has developed monitoring programs for both captive and wild populations, tracking health markers, reproductive hormones, and potential exposure to viruses. These measures are preventative, aiming to maintain population stability rather than respond reactively to crises. Human observation has transformed our understanding of these complex interactions. Camera traps, GPS collars, and non-invasive DNA sampling reveal life patterns invisible to the naked eye. Researchers can track movements, analyze feeding habits, and estimate population size without disturbing the animal. Even small discoveries, how a panda chooses a resting spot, the subtle tilt of its head while eating, the sequence of scents deposited along a trail, enrich understanding. Each insight confirms the intricate relationship between pandas, their food, their terrain, and the rhythms of their daily life. Despite technological advancement, many discoveries require patience. A day in the field may yield no sightings, only evidence: footprints, partially eaten bamboo, fur caught on branches. These clues accumulate slowly, yet they provide a detailed picture of behavior, range, and survival strategies. Scientists describe this work as a dialogue with the forest, listening, observing, and interpreting without imposing. Success in understanding the panda is inseparable from respect for the pace at which life unfolds. Pandas remind humans of a slower rhythm, one dictated by necessity and ecological balance rather than desire or urgency. Feeding, resting, and moving occupy the entirety of their existence, yet each act is precise, informed, and essential. The forest, bamboo, water, and climate interact with these behaviors in a tightly woven system. Disruption at any point, whether by habitat loss, climate change, or human interference, has ripple effects. The panda is both vulnerable and resilient, a species that endures through patience and continuity. As dusk settles across high mountains, mist curling around bamboo stems, a panda pauses. Its chewing slows, eyes half closed, ears attuned to the forest. Time seems suspended. In these quiet, repetitive moments lies survival, the culmination of millennia of adaptation. Observing this rhythm is to witness not a spectacle, but the ongoing work of life itself, slow, deliberate, precise, and enduring. The panda does not hurry. It simply continues, teaching humans that persistence, patience, and harmony with one's environment can sustain life across epochs. The mountains where pandas roam are not static backdrops. They are living, breathing landscapes. Slopes rise sharply, carved over millennia by glaciers, rivers, and tectonic movement. Soil composition varies from rocky outcrops to deep alluvial pockets, influencing bamboo growth and forest structure. Microclimates shift with elevation and aspect, creating subtle differences in temperature, moisture, and light. For a panda, these nuances matter. A slope facing the morning sun may warm early, promoting early bamboo shoots. A mist-laden valley may retain moisture longer, preserving older bamboo leaves. Survival depends on noticing and responding to these variations daily, often unconsciously. Bamboo itself is highly diverse, with over 60 species inhabiting panda regions, yet pandas rely on just a handful. Each species differs in growth rate, nutritional content, and flowering cycle. Some are rich in protein, others abundant in fiber. Some flourish at higher elevations, others only on lower slopes. Pandas exhibit selective feeding, adjusting preferences seasonally. Young shoots are favored in spring for their tenderness and nutrient density, while mature stems become staples in winter. Observations show pandas spending hours chewing, stripping outer layers, and discarding the less nutritious portions. A meticulous process honed through evolution and learned behavior. Movement within this mountainous landscape is deliberate and energy conscious. Pandas navigate steep ridges, narrow ledges, and dense bamboo thickets with surprising agility. Their limbs and joints, though large and seemingly cumbersome, allow precise footing. Padded paws dampen sound, letting them move almost silently, an advantage in avoiding rare predators and minimizing conflict with other pandas. Researchers tracking GPS-collared individuals note that paths are often optimized for efficiency, favoring routes that minimize elevation gain or conserve energy. illustrating an instinctual economy of motion. Seasonality dictates not only movement, but also social interaction. Pandas are solitary for most of the year, but breeding season introduces complexity. Scent markings intensify, vocalizations increase, and male ranges expand in search of receptive females. Encounters are brief and often ritualized, reducing the risk of injury. Females remain selective, mating only during a narrow window. The consequences of miscalculation are significant. Missed mating opportunities may delay reproduction by a year. These behaviors underscore a life finely tuned to timing and circumstance, where reproductive success is intimately linked to environmental and physiological cues. The reproductive cycle is fraught with challenge. Cubs are born extremely underdeveloped, blind, and fragile. Maternal care is intensive. The mother rarely leaves the den, subsisting on her own energy reserves while feeding and protecting the infant. In the wild, mortality can be high, particularly for twins when only one can be adequately cared for. The success of each cub is therefore a triumph against odds, requiring perfect synchronization of maternal instinct, environmental safety, and resource availability. Over evolutionary time, this has shaped the panda's cautious and deliberate lifestyle, favoring longevity and survival over rapid reproduction. Beyond reproduction, pandas impact the forest ecosystem profoundly. Their selective feeding influences bamboo regeneration, maintaining growth patterns and preventing overdominance of any single species. Partial consumption of bamboo stalks accelerates decomposition, enriching soil nutrients. Footprints and movement create micro-channels for water, influencing drainage and seed dispersal. Even their scent marking has ecological consequences, attracting insects that further distribute spores and aid plant reproduction. In this way, the panda functions as a keystone species, integral to the health and stability of its environment. Human activity introduces new layers of complexity. Roads, villages, and agricultural expansion fragment habitat, isolating populations and limiting dispersal. Poaching, though reduced, remains a historical shadow. Disease transmission from domestic animals adds risk. Conservation efforts, therefore, extend beyond the species itself to include ecosystem preservation, community engagement, and long-term landscape planning. Wildlife corridors reconnect fragmented habitats, while monitoring and research inform adaptive strategies to address changing environmental pressures. Panda research has also revealed the value of patience and observation. Scientists spend months or years in the field, often seeing only traces, footprints, chewed bamboo, tufts of fur. Camera traps, non-invasive genetic sampling, and GPS tracking fill in details of feeding, movement, and reproduction. Data accumulates slowly, reinforcing a core principle. Understanding pandas requires alignment with their temporal rhythm. Quick fixes are rarely effective. Longevity, continuity, and subtlety govern both panda life and the science that studies it. As night falls in these misty mountains, pandas settle into rest. Shadows lengthen across bamboo thickets, wind stirs leaves, and the forest breathes quietly. The daily rhythm, feeding, moving, resting, surviving, continues uninterrupted. This repetition is not monotony. It is mastery of life under constraint. Each deliberate action reflects evolutionary wisdom, ecological interconnectedness, and an instinctual balance with surroundings. In observing the panda, humans gain insight into resilience, the quiet power of patience, the endurance of small but precise choices, and the unspoken dialogue between species and environment that sustains life across millennia. The panda's world is both intimate and vast. Each individual occupies a defined home range, often spanning several square kilometers, yet interconnected with broader landscapes through subtle corridors of forest. These ranges are carefully chosen, balancing access to bamboo, water, and shelter with safety from potential threats, human or otherwise. Movement is deliberate, rarely wasteful, reflecting an energy-conscious lifestyle dictated by the inefficiency of a bamboo-based diet. Every step carries consequence, every pause, significance. Unlike more opportunistic animals, pandas cannot afford to expend energy frivolously. Bamboo, the panda's lifeblood, is a constant presence, yet it is far from uniform. Species composition, nutritional content, and growth cycles vary across elevations and microclimates. Pandas display an extraordinary ability to select among these options, favoring young shoots rich in protein and calcium during the growing season, while relying on mature stems when other food is scarce. Observations reveal methodical processing, stripping leaves, discarding lower quality stalks, and alternating feeding sites to avoid depleting a single patch. This selectivity highlights a sophisticated understanding of resource quality, a behavior guided both by instinct and experience. The panda's interaction with its environment is nuanced. Trails forged through dense forest serve multiple purposes: efficient travel, marking territory, and maintaining social distance. Scent marks, urine, secretions, and scratches convey identity, reproductive status, and territorial boundaries. This silent communication reduces conflict in a species that is largely solitary. Vocalizations are rare, reserved mostly for mating or maternal cub interactions. The quietness of their social system is not isolation, but an energy-saving strategy, reflecting a life optimized for the constraints of limited nutrition and rugged terrain. Predation, historically significant in shaping behavior, now plays a minimal role. Large carnivores are largely absent from high mountain regions, leaving pandas with few natural threats. Nonetheless, caution remains embedded in their behavior. Cubs instinctively climb trees to escape perceived danger, and adults move deliberately through open areas. This conservatism reflects evolutionary memory, a species shaped by past threats, persisting in its careful approach even when danger is reduced. It is a reminder that adaptation is often a product of history, not solely immediate need. Reproduction is a pinnacle of precision and fragility. Female fertility lasts a mere 2 to 3 days per year. Any misalignment in timing risks reproductive failure. Mating interactions are brief and meticulously timed, followed by delayed implantation, a biological mechanism ensuring that gestation begins only when conditions are optimal. Cubs are born small, blind, and dependent, and maternal investment is intense. For weeks, the mother rarely leaves the den, subsisting on her energy reserves to nurture and protect her young. The survival of each cub is a delicate negotiation between biology, environment, and maternal care, a testament to the precariousness of life in the wild. Cubs themselves are apprentices in survival. Play is not mere amusement. It develops strength, coordination, and familiarity with the terrain. Climbing, wrestling, and exploration teach boundaries, resource selection, and predator avoidance. Cubs learn the rhythm of bamboo consumption and the spatial layout of their home range. When independence arrives, they carry not only physical capability, but also knowledge inherited from maternal guidance. This continuity is crucial for the species' survival, illustrating that behavioral transmission is as essential as genetic inheritance. Pandas are keystone species, their presence shaping entire ecosystems. By consuming bamboo selectively, they influence plant regeneration, prevent overdominance of a single species, and maintain habitat complexity. Their trails create microhabitats for other species, and fallen bamboo enriches soil, promoting biodiversity. Even their scent marking attracts insects that disperse plant spores, subtly connecting them to processes beyond immediate perception. The panda's ecological role is profound, though often invisible to casual observation, a quiet engineer of forest resilience. Human impact remains a critical factor. Habitat fragmentation, infrastructure development, and historical poaching have reduced population connectivity. Conservation strategies now emphasize corridors linking isolated reserves, allowing gene flow, seasonal migration, and access to diverse bamboo species. Captive breeding programs complement these efforts, with careful attention to genetics, behavior, and preparation for reintroduction. Both approaches highlight a central principle: pandas cannot survive on charisma alone. Effective conservation requires ecological understanding, long-term commitment, and alignment with the panda's natural rhythms. As night descends over the mountains, mist weaving through bamboo, the panda rests. Its day, feeding, moving, observing, surviving, concludes in quiet continuity. There is no spectacle, only the repetition of life honed over millennia. In this rhythm lies resilience, a lesson in patience, adaptation, and harmony with environment. Observers witness not mere survival, but a symphony of balance, organism, ecosystem, and evolutionary history intertwined. The panda endures because it has mastered the art of living within limits, a quiet testament to the power of persistence over haste, and to the profound intelligence embedded in the natural world. The life of a panda is a study in patience and persistence. Each day unfolds according to rhythms dictated not by human calendars, but by the natural pulse of the forest. Feeding dominates the daily schedule. Hours are spent stripping bamboo leaves, peeling stalks, and chewing methodically. Scientists have measured the time pandas dedicate to this task, up to 14 hours a day, and the effort is astonishing considering the low caloric value of their food. Every bite is energy invested in survival, and every pause is energy conserved. Even rest is functional. Lying in the shade allows digestion while conserving strength for the next feeding session. Energy budgeting governs all panda behavior. Movement is deliberate, cautious, and optimized for efficiency. In steep terrain, pandas choose slopes that balance access to food with minimal expenditure of energy. When crossing valleys or navigating ridges, each paw placement is precise, balancing weight and stability. This economy of motion is necessary in a world where failure to conserve energy can mean starvation. Unlike other large mammals capable of storing fat or migrating long distances, pandas are bound to the immediate availability of bamboo. Their lifestyle is a constant negotiation between caloric intake and expenditure, simplicity and necessity. Social interaction is minimal but deeply structured. Pandas are largely solitary, meeting only for mating or when mothers care for cubs. Territorial boundaries are communicated through scent marking rather than confrontation. Researchers have cataloged subtle variations in scent, chemical signatures that convey identity, age, reproductive status, and health. This invisible language allows pandas to avoid unnecessary conflict. Even during mating season, interactions are brief, carefully timed, and often ritualized. Aggression is rare, reflecting a life strategy focused on survival rather than dominance. The reproductive cycle is a delicate choreography. Females are fertile for only 2 to 3 days annually, making timing critical. Gestation includes delayed implantation, ensuring that the embryo develops only when environmental conditions are optimal. Cubs are born tiny, blind, and helpless. The mother invests extraordinary energy to nurture them, often remaining in the den for weeks. Mortality in the wild is high, especially for twins, as maternal resources can usually sustain only one cub effectively. Each successful birth represents a triumph over natural odds, a demonstration of life persisting through vulnerability and precision. Behavioral learning is central to cub survival. Play, tumbling, climbing, and mock fighting is essential for developing coordination, strength, and problem-solving skills. Cubs learn the topography of their home range, feeding preferences, and escape behaviors through maternal guidance. By the time they reach independence, cubs carry a mental map of resources, routes, and potential dangers. This transmission of knowledge ensures continuity across generations, a form of cultural inheritance embedded in behavior rather than language. Each cub becomes a living repository of maternal experience, equipped to navigate the complexities of survival. Pandas shape their ecosystems in subtle but profound ways. Selective feeding patterns influence bamboo regeneration, maintaining diversity and preventing overdominance of a single species. Fallen bamboo stalks enrich soil, contributing to nutrient cycling. Footprints and movement create micro-channels for water, affecting drainage and plant growth. Even scent marking plays a role, attracting insects that disperse plant spores. These cascading effects demonstrate that pandas are not passive consumers, but active participants in forest dynamics, influencing ecological processes far beyond immediate observation. Human impact complicates this equilibrium. Roads, agriculture, and settlements fragment habitat, isolating populations and restricting movement. Historical poaching reduced numbers, while disease transmission from domestic animals poses emerging threats. Conservation strategies have evolved to address these challenges. Protected reserves, reforestation projects, wildlife corridors, and captive breeding programs all work in tandem. The integration of scientific research, community engagement, and long-term planning is essential, reflecting an understanding that the panda's survival depends on aligning human actions with natural rhythms. In the stillness of evening, the mountains exhale mist through bamboo groves. A panda pauses in feeding, lifts its head, and listens to the subtle sounds of the forest. time seems suspended. The daily cycle, feeding, moving, resting, continues, unremarkable yet profound. It is in these repetitive, patient actions that the panda endures, a living testament to the power of constancy, adaptation, and harmony with the environment. Observing such life is to witness resilience itself, quiet, deliberate, and eternal, offering humans insight into the rhythm and balance required to sustain life in a fragile world. The life of a panda is a study in patience and persistence. Each day unfolds according to rhythms dictated not by human calendars, but by the natural pulse of the forest. Feeding dominates the daily schedule. Hours are spent stripping bamboo leaves, peeling stalks, and chewing methodically. Scientists have measured the time pandas dedicate to this task, up to 14 hours a day, and the effort is astonishing considering the low caloric value of their food. Every bite is energy invested in survival, and every pause is energy conserved. Even rest is functional. Lying in the shade allows digestion while conserving strength for the next feeding session. Energy budgeting governs all panda behavior. Movement is deliberate, cautious, and optimized for efficiency. In steep terrain, pandas choose slopes that balance access to food with minimal expenditure of energy. When crossing valleys or navigating ridges, each paw placement is precise, balancing weight and stability. This economy of motion is necessary in a world where failure to conserve energy can mean starvation. Unlike other large mammals capable of storing fat or migrating long distances, pandas are bound to the immediate availability of bamboo. Their lifestyle is a constant negotiation between caloric intake and expenditure, simplicity and necessity. Social interaction is minimal but deeply structured. Pandas are largely solitary, meeting only for mating or when mothers care for cubs. Territorial boundaries are communicated through scent marking rather than confrontation. Researchers have cataloged subtle variations in scent, chemical signatures that convey identity, age, reproductive status, and health. This invisible language allows pandas to avoid unnecessary conflict. Even during mating season, interactions are brief, carefully timed, and often ritualized. Aggression is rare, reflecting a life strategy focused on survival rather than dominance. The reproductive cycle is a delicate choreography. Females are fertile for only 2 to 3 days annually, making timing critical. Gestation includes delayed implantation, ensuring that the embryo develops only when environmental conditions are optimal. Cubs are born tiny, blind, and helpless. The mother invests extraordinary energy to nurture them, often remaining in the den for weeks. Mortality in the wild is high, especially for twins, as maternal resources can usually sustain only one cub effectively. Each successful birth represents a triumph over natural odds, a demonstration of life persisting through vulnerability and precision. Behavioral learning is central to cub survival. Play, tumbling, climbing, and mock fighting is essential for developing coordination, strength, and problem-solving skills. Cubs learn the topography of their home range, feeding preferences, and escape behaviors through maternal guidance. By the time they reach independence, cubs carry a mental map of resources, routes, and potential dangers. This transmission of knowledge ensures continuity across generations, a form of cultural inheritance embedded in behavior rather than language. Each cub becomes a living repository of maternal experience, equipped to navigate the complexities of survival. Pandas shape their ecosystems in subtle but profound ways. Selective feeding patterns influence bamboo regeneration, maintaining diversity and preventing overdominance of a single species. Fallen bamboo stalks enrich soil, contributing to nutrient cycling. Footprints and movement create microchannels for water, affecting drainage and plant growth. Even scent marking plays a role, attracting insects that disperse plant spores. These cascading effects demonstrate that pandas are not passive consumers, but active participants in forest dynamics, influencing ecological processes far beyond immediate observation. Human impact complicates this equilibrium. Roads, agriculture, and settlements fragment habitat, isolating populations and restricting movement. Historical poaching reduced numbers, while disease transmission from domestic animals poses emerging threats. Conservation strategies have evolved to address these challenges. Protected reserves, reforestation projects, wildlife corridors, and captive breeding programs all work in tandem. The integration of scientific research, community engagement, and long-term planning is essential, reflecting an understanding that the panda's survival depends on aligning human actions with natural rhythms. In the stillness of evening, the mountains exhale mist through bamboo groves. A panda pauses in feeding, lifts its head, and listens to the subtle sounds of the forest. Time seems suspended. The daily cycle, feeding, moving, resting, continues, unremarkable yet profound. It is in these repetitive, patient actions that the panda endures, a living testament to the power of constancy, adaptation, and harmony with the environment. Observing such life is to witness resilience itself, quiet, deliberate, and eternal, offering humans insight into the rhythm and balance required to sustain life in a fragile world. Panda survival is inseparable from the structure and health of the bamboo forests they inhabit. These forests are not uniform. They consist of layers, elevations, and microclimates, each providing different species of bamboo that bloom and die on staggered cycles. Some bamboo species flower every few decades, then die, leaving a temporary scarcity of food. Pandas respond not with frantic movement, but with deliberate exploration, shifting elevations or valleys in search of sufficient nourishment. This adaptability is subtle, invisible to casual observers, yet essential for survival in a diet that provides little energy per bite. Each day is a careful calculation of intake and expenditure, dictated by instinct, experience, and necessity. The mountains themselves shape behavior. Pandas navigate steep slopes, narrow ridges, and dense bamboo thickets with remarkable precision. Their limbs, though heavy, are adapted to absorb shock and maintain balance. Padded paws muffle footsteps, allowing quiet movement through an environment where stealth prevents conflict and conserves energy. Researchers have documented paths repeated over years, often optimized for efficiency, routes that minimize unnecessary elevation change while maximizing access to feeding sites. These habitual paths create a landscape mapped in the mind of the panda, a network of known resources that reduces risk and energy waste. Social structure is largely solitary, yet communication is sophisticated. Scent marking conveys identity, reproductive status, and territory boundaries without physical confrontation. Urine, gland secretions, and scratches on trees transmit messages understood by others who traverse the same trails. Vocalizations are reserved for mating or maternal interactions, preserving energy and reducing unnecessary conflict. Even during breeding season, encounters are brief, ritualized, and cautious. This strategy reflects a life adapted to scarcity, where conflict is too costly and caution is rewarded. Reproduction remains the most critical and vulnerable aspect of life. Female fertility is fleeting, often lasting only 2 or 3 days per year. Delayed implantation ensures that gestation begins only under favorable conditions. Cubs are born extremely small, blind, and entirely dependent on maternal care. For weeks, mothers rarely leave the den, feeding minimally, relying on stored energy while nurturing their offspring. Twins often force a difficult choice, as resources can sustain only one cub effectively. Each successful birth is therefore a delicate balance between biology, environment, and maternal effort, a triumph over fragility. Cubs' early development emphasizes behavioral learning. Play is far more than entertainment, it is training. Tumbling, climbing, and mock fighting teach strength, coordination, and problem solving. Cubs learn to navigate terrain, recognize safe resting areas, and identify optimal feeding sites by observing their mothers. By the time independence arrives, cubs carry knowledge of roots, bamboo preferences, and survival strategies, ensuring continuity across generations. In this way, behavioral inheritance becomes as critical as genetic inheritance, a quiet cultural transmission embedded in movement, observation, and repetition. The panda's ecological role extends beyond feeding. Selective bamboo consumption encourages regeneration, maintains species diversity, and prevents overdominance. Chewed and discarded bamboo contributes to nutrient cycling, while footprints create microchannels aiding water flow. Scent marking attracts insects that disperse plant spores, further influencing ecosystem dynamics. The panda is a keystone species, shaping the very forest that sustains it, performing this role with subtlety rather than spectacle. Human influence remains a constant concern. Roads, settlements, and agriculture fragment habitat, isolate populations, and create barriers that hinder movement. Historical poaching reduced numbers, while interactions with livestock and domestic animals introduce disease risk. Conservation strategies now integrate ecological science, long-term planning, and community engagement. Protected reserves, reforestation efforts, and wildlife corridors provide connectivity, while captive breeding programs ensure genetic diversity. The success of these programs hinges on patience, observation, and alignment with the panda's natural rhythm. As night falls over the mist-covered mountains, pandas rest, digest, and conserve energy. The cycle of feeding, moving, and resting continues unbroken, unremarkable to casual eyes, yet profound in its consistency. Each day is a testament to resilience, a demonstration of how life thrives through patience, adaptation, and harmony with the environment. Observers of this rhythm gain insight not only into the species, survival, but into principles of endurance, balance, and subtle intelligence embedded in nature itself. In these quiet moments, The panda teaches humans the enduring power of persistence measured over time, the elegance of restraint, and the quiet majesty of life attuned perfectly to its surroundings. The forest is both sanctuary and classroom, revealing the delicate balance that defines panda existence. Within these mountains, pandas navigate a terrain that is at once rugged and resource-rich, moving with a precision that belies their large size. Every step is deliberate, each choice of resting place and feeding spot informed by instinct, experience, and subtle environmental cues. Energy conservation governs all behavior, from foraging patterns to climbing movements. Unlike animals that can afford bursts of speed or long migrations, pandas must weigh every action against its caloric cost. Survival is a quiet negotiation with the landscape, conducted day by day, season by season. Bamboo dominates every aspect of panda life, yet its availability is cyclical and unpredictable. Flowering events, which can occur every several decades depending on species, result in mass die-offs, creating temporary scarcity. Pandas respond not with haste, but with methodical adjustments, ascending to higher elevations, traversing valleys, or selecting alternate bamboo species that meet nutritional requirements. Field studies reveal that pandas are selective feeders, preferring young shoots during the growing season and mature stalks in leaner months. This selective feeding maintains energy balance and reflects a nuanced understanding of their habitat, learned through both instinct and observation. Behavioral observation has revealed a remarkable interplay between pandas and their environment. Trails carved through bamboo thickets are not random. They represent habitual routes chosen to minimize energy expenditure while maximizing access to food and water. Scent marking communicates territory boundaries, reproductive status, and individual identity, reducing conflict in a species that is largely solitary. Vocalizations are rare, serving primarily for mating calls or maternal communication. In this understated social structure, every interaction carries significance, ensuring survival without unnecessary expenditure of energy or risk. Reproductive challenges are acute. Female fertility is restricted to a narrow window of 2 to 3 days per year, and delayed implantation ensures gestation begins only under favorable conditions. Cubs are born tiny, blind, and entirely dependent, requiring intensive maternal care. Mothers invest extraordinary energy during this period, often remaining in dens for weeks while subsisting on limited food. Mortality is high, especially for twins, as the mother can usually care for only one effectively. Each surviving cub represents a delicate victory over the constraints of biology, environment, and resource scarcity. Cubs' development emphasizes learning and behavioral inheritance. Play, tumbling, climbing, and mock fights is not mere amusement. It teaches strength, coordination, and environmental awareness. Cubs observe their mother's movements, feeding choices, and resting sites, internalizing knowledge critical for survival. By the time they achieve independence, they carry an intimate understanding of their home range, food sources, and strategies to navigate dangers. This transfer of behavioral knowledge across generations complements genetic inheritance, ensuring continuity of survival strategies in a species that thrives on learned precision. The panda's ecological influence is profound. Selective bamboo consumption promotes forest regeneration, maintaining species diversity and preventing overdominance. Fallen bamboo enriches soil, contributing to nutrient cycling. Footprints and trails affect water distribution, aiding plant growth and microhabitat formation. Even scent marking attracts insects that disperse spores, subtly affecting ecosystem processes. In these ways, the panda acts as a keystone species, shaping its environment while being sustained by it, a quiet engineer of forest resilience. Human impacts continue to challenge this equilibrium. Habitat fragmentation from roads, agriculture, and settlements isolates populations and impedes movement. Disease transmission from livestock presents ongoing risk. Conservation efforts have evolved to integrate ecological science, long-term planning, and community cooperation. Protected reserves, wildlife corridors, and reforestation projects reconnect fragmented habitats, while captive breeding programs preserve genetic diversity. Success depends on patience, continuous monitoring, and alignment with the panda's natural rhythms. As evening descends, mist curls through bamboo groves and shadows deepen among the mountains. A panda pauses, chewing bamboo with rhythmic precision, ears alert to the slightest movement. Its life, though repetitive and unhurried, is a continuous negotiation with survival. Feeding, resting, and moving are not monotonous routines. They are adaptive strategies refined over millennia. Observers gain insight into resilience, balance, and the subtle intelligence of nature, understanding that true endurance comes not from speed or aggression, but from patience, careful attention, and harmonious engagement with one's environment. In these quiet moments, the panda exemplifies the enduring power of life attuned perfectly to its surroundings, a living testament to the wisdom of persistence over time. The mountains that pandas inhabit are ancient, shaped by tectonic forces, erosion, and centuries of climatic shifts. Streams carve deep valleys, ridges rise sharply, and microclimates form in sheltered pockets, each creating subtle variations in temperature, humidity, and sunlight. Pandas navigate this complex terrain with remarkable precision. Every step, every climb, and every descent is executed with energy conservation in mind. Unlike migratory species or those with high metabolic flexibility, pandas cannot afford errors. A misstep may not be immediately fatal, but energy lost navigating difficult terrain or inefficient feeding patterns can accumulate into a critical deficit over time. Bamboo forests dominate the landscape, but they are not static. Bamboo species exhibit staggered flowering cycles, with some dying en masse every few decades. These events create periods of scarcity, demanding adaptability. Pandas respond by moving to new areas, selecting alternate bamboo species, or adjusting feeding schedules. Field observations reveal sophisticated decision-making. Pandas prioritize shoots with higher nutritional value, discard lower quality portions, and rotate feeding sites to allow bamboo regeneration. This careful management of resources demonstrates a behavioral intelligence finely tuned to environmental variability. Social dynamics are subtle yet significant. Pandas are solitary, yet their interactions with conspecifics are mediated through scent marking, vocalization, and spatial awareness. Urine, glandular secretions, and scratches on trees communicate identity, reproductive status, and territorial boundaries. Vocalizations are limited to essential contexts, mating calls, maternal signals, preserving energy and minimizing risk. These communication strategies allow pandas to maintain necessary social structure without direct confrontation, reducing injury and energy expenditure. The result is a balance between isolation and coexistence, optimizing survival in a resource-constrained environment. Reproduction is both precise and precarious. Female fertility lasts only a narrow window each year, and delayed implantation ensures gestation begins under optimal conditions. Cubs are born tiny, blind, and wholly dependent on maternal care. Mothers invest extraordinary energy, often remaining in dens for weeks, subsisting on limited bamboo intake while protecting their young. Twin births present additional challenges, as maternal resources typically suffice for only one cub. Each successful rearing represents a triumph over biological and environmental constraints, a delicate balance maintained through instinct, experience, and environmental stability. Cubs' development underscores the importance of behavioral learning. Play is a form of education, teaching motor skills, spatial awareness, and problem solving. Cubs observe maternal foraging and navigation, internalizing knowledge critical for survival. Independence brings the culmination of these lessons. Young pandas venture into their own territories carrying maps of resources, safe resting places, and survival strategies. This cultural inheritance, behavior passed from mother to cub, is as essential to species continuity as genetic inheritance. It ensures that knowledge of terrain, feeding patterns, and risk assessment endures across generations. Pandas also play a pivotal ecological role. Their selective consumption shapes bamboo forest structure, preventing overdominance and promoting biodiversity. Chewed bamboo enriches soil, while movement through the forest creates microhabitats and channels for water distribution. Even scent marking attracts insects that facilitate plant reproduction. In these subtle ways, pandas function as keystone species, influencing ecological processes far beyond immediate observation. Their survival is deeply intertwined with forest health, and the forest, in turn, shapes their daily existence. Human activities continue to complicate this equilibrium. Habitat fragmentation from roads, agriculture, and settlements isolates populations and impedes natural dispersal. Disease risks from domestic animals persist. Conservation strategies have evolved to address these challenges. Reserves, wildlife corridors, reforestation, and captive breeding programs collectively support population stability. Success requires patience, long-term monitoring, and alignment with the natural rhythms of pandas, emphasizing that survival is not achieved through urgency, but through sustained, informed intervention. As night falls, mist drifts through bamboo groves, shadows stretching across ridges and valleys. A panda pauses mid-feeding, its movements deliberate, ears attuned to distant sounds. The rhythm of life, feeding, moving, resting, continues, unhurried and meticulous. It is in this repetition, in these measured choices, that resilience emerges. Observers witness not only survival, but a model of life governed by balance, patience, and harmony with one's environment. The panda endures not through spectacle or aggression, but through a quiet mastery of living within limits. offering a profound lesson in persistence, adaptation, and the enduring intelligence of nature itself. Time in the panda's world flows differently than in human perception. Days blend into nights, seasons shift with subtlety, and years are marked less by calendars than by the flowering and regrowth of bamboo. Each day is structured around energy acquisition and conservation, as pandas devote most waking hours to feeding. Bamboo, though abundant, is low in calories, necessitating constant consumption. Scientists studying feeding behavior note that pandas chew methodically, stripping leaves and peeling stalks to access the most nutritious parts. Every bite is a deliberate investment, every pause a careful conservation of precious energy. Movement through the forest is calculated. Pandas traverse steep slopes, navigate dense thickets, and climb rugged ridges with precision, minimizing unnecessary effort. Foot placement is deliberate, claws grip firmly, and body weight is distributed carefully to avoid slips. Trails are reused, forming habitual paths that connect feeding sites, resting areas, and water sources. GPS studies reveal that pandas select routes optimized for energy efficiency, demonstrating an instinctual economy of motion. In this world, speed is secondary to precision, and caution is a form of intelligence honed over millennia. Social interaction is minimal but highly structured. Pandas are solitary for most of the year, avoiding direct competition while maintaining social boundaries through scent marking. Urine, glandular secretions, and scratches communicate identity, reproductive readiness, and territory occupancy. Vocalizations occur primarily during mating season or between mothers and cubs. This system minimizes energy expenditure, reduces risk of injury, and maintains population stability. Even brief encounters during the breeding season are ritualized and cautious, reflecting a life strategy governed by survival rather than dominance. Reproduction is a precise and delicate process. Female fertility lasts only a few days annually, and delayed implantation ensures that gestation begins only under favorable environmental conditions. Cubs are born extremely small, blind, and fully dependent, requiring intensive maternal care. Mothers remain in dens for extended periods, subsisting on limited bamboo while providing warmth, protection, and nutrition. Twin births often require difficult choices, as resources are typically sufficient for one cub. Each successful birth represents a triumph over biological constraints, environmental variability, and maternal effort, a testament to the fragile complexity of panda life. Behavioral inheritance is critical for cub survival. Play, tumbling, climbing, and mock combat develops strength, coordination, and problem-solving skills. Cubs observe maternal feeding patterns, trail networks, and resting behaviors, internalizing knowledge necessary for independent survival. By the time they disperse, young pandas carry maps of resources, safe resting places, and strategies for avoiding danger. This learned behavior, passed across generations, ensures continuity beyond genetic inheritance and reinforces survival strategies honed over millennia. Ecologically, pandas influence the structure and health of their environment. Selective bamboo consumption regulates forest composition, promoting species diversity and preventing monoculture. Chewed bamboo contributes to nutrient cycling, and their movement patterns create microhabitats and aid water distribution. Scent marking indirectly influences insect behavior and plant reproduction. Through these subtle interactions, pandas act as keystone species, shaping forest ecosystems while being shaped by them, illustrating the delicate reciprocity between organism and habitat. Human activity imposes additional pressures. Habitat fragmentation, roads, and agricultural expansion isolate populations and disrupt natural dispersal. Disease transmission from domestic animals introduces further risks. Conservation strategies, therefore, combine ecological research, habitat protection, community engagement, and long-term planning. Protected reserves, wildlife corridors, reforestation, and captive breeding programs aim to ensure genetic diversity, population stability, and resilience. The success of these interventions depends on patience and synchronization with the panda's natural rhythms, emphasizing that survival is a marathon, not a sprint. As dusk settles over mist-shrouded mountains, a panda pauses amidst a grove of bamboo. Its chewing slows, eyes half closed, ears alert. The rhythm of life, feeding, moving, resting, continues unbroken. It is not flashy or dramatic, yet each measured action is a demonstration of resilience, balance, and adaptation. Observing this quiet persistence offers humans insight into endurance achieved through patience, precision, and harmony with one's environment. The panda exemplifies life sustained not through force or speed, but through careful, deliberate interaction with the world, a living lesson in persistence, adaptability, and the subtle intelligence inherent in nature. Pandas live in a world defined by subtlety. Mountains rise and fall in silent grandeur, rivers carve valleys unseen, and bamboo forests sway quietly with the wind. Within this landscape, every decision matters. Feeding, resting, and moving are not separate acts. They are continuous negotiations with the environment. Unlike species that rely on speed, strength, or aggression, pandas rely on observation, patience, and the careful management of energy. Each step is a balance between opportunity and expenditure, each pause a means of conserving strength for the challenges yet to come. Bamboo dictates rhythm. Its growth cycles, nutritional content, and seasonal availability shape almost every behavior. Pandas track these cycles instinctively, moving across valleys or ascending slopes to access optimal feeding sites. Young shoots are preferred in spring, offering essential nutrients for recovery after winter. Mature stems provide sustenance in lean months. Observations show that pandas rotate feeding locations, avoiding overharvesting and allowing bamboo stands to regenerate. This measured interaction with their primary food source exemplifies a long-term strategy of survival, evolved over millennia. Navigation of the terrain is equally precise. Pandas negotiate steep inclines, rocky outcrops, and dense thickets with careful calculation. Foot placement, body weight distribution, and claw engagement all serve to maintain stability and efficiency. Repeated paths become habitual, connecting feeding grounds, water sources, and resting areas. Such routes are chosen to minimize energy loss while maximizing access to resources, demonstrating an instinctual awareness of spatial relationships. The panda's world is mapped not by roads or landmarks, but by food availability, safety, and familiarity, a mental map honed through experience and observation. Social interactions are limited but meaningful. Solitary for much of the year, Pandas communicate through scent marking, vocalizations, and cautious encounters. Urine, gland secretions, and scratches transmit information about identity, reproductive readiness, and territory boundaries. Direct confrontations are rare, and even mating interactions are brief, ritualized, and careful. This subtle communication system reduces conflict, preserves energy, and maintains population stability. It is an elegant solution to the challenges of solitary life, allowing coexistence without aggression. Reproduction represents the most delicate aspect of existence. Female fertility lasts only a few days each year, and delayed implantation ensures that gestation aligns with favorable environmental conditions. Cubs are born tiny, blind, and entirely dependent on maternal care. Mothers devote weeks of intensive effort to feeding, warmth, and protection, often subsisting on minimal food themselves. Twin births introduce additional challenges, as maternal resources usually suffice for only one cub. Every successful rearing is a triumph over biological and environmental constraints, a testament to the precision and fragility inherent in panda life. Cubs' early development relies heavily on learning. Play, exploration, and observation build strength, coordination, and knowledge of the environment. Cubs learn maternal feeding strategies, trail systems, and resting behaviors. By the time independence arrives, they carry a mental map of resources and strategies for survival. Behavioral inheritance, passed from mother to cub, complements genetic inheritance, ensuring continuity of survival techniques across generations. Each cub represents not only the persistence of a species, but also the accumulation of experiential knowledge vital for navigating complex landscapes. Pandas influence forest ecosystems in profound, subtle ways. Selective feeding regulates bamboo growth and maintains species diversity. Fallen bamboo contributes to soil fertility, while movement through the forest creates microhabitats and aids water distribution. Scent marking influences insect behavior and, indirectly, plant reproduction. Through these interactions, pandas serve as keystone species, shaping the environment they depend upon while remaining attuned to its fluctuations. Their survival is inseparable from the health of the forest, and vice versa. Human activity continues to pose challenges. Roads, agriculture, and settlements fragment habitats and reduce connectivity. Domestic animals increase disease risk. Conservation strategies now combine habitat protection, ecological monitoring, community involvement, and captive breeding programs. Wildlife corridors reconnect fragmented populations, reforestation enhances resilience, and long-term planning ensures the continuation of genetic diversity. The success of these interventions depends on patience, continuity, and alignment with the panda's natural rhythms, emphasizing that endurance is a product of consistency, not urgency. As twilight deepens over the misty mountains, a panda rests quietly among bamboo stalks. Its day of feeding, moving, and conserving energy winds down, yet each action has contributed to survival. The repetition of simple, deliberate acts, feeding with care, moving with precision, resting without waste, illustrates the power of persistence and adaptation. In observing this rhythm, humans glimpse the quiet intelligence of life perfectly attuned to its environment. The panda endures, not through spectacle, speed, or aggression, but through patience, careful judgment, and an intimate connection with the world it inhabits, a living embodiment of resilience, balance, and the enduring power of nature's subtle design. The life of a panda unfolds with quiet consistency, yet each moment is filled with significance. Every movement through the mountains, every bite of bamboo, and every pause for rest is a carefully measured act, balancing survival and energy expenditure. Unlike many species that rely on aggression, speed, or opportunism, pandas thrive through deliberation, observation, and restraint. Their existence is a continuous negotiation with the environment, a dialogue that has persisted for millions of years, refined by evolution and experience. Bamboo dictates much of this rhythm. Nutritional availability, growth cycles, and seasonal changes guide feeding behavior. Young shoots in spring provide essential protein and vitamins, supporting recovery after winter's scarcity. Mature stems sustain pandas during lean periods, offering volume though limited caloric density. Field observations reveal remarkable selectivity. Pandas strip leaves carefully, discard lower quality stalks, and rotate feeding sites to allow regeneration. This measured approach demonstrates not only instinctual intelligence, but also an evolved strategy of sustainability, maintaining the health of both the panda and its environment. Terrain navigation exemplifies the species' precision. Steep ridges, narrow ledges, and dense undergrowth challenge movement, yet pandas proceed with care and efficiency. Foot placement is deliberate, weight distributed to maintain balance, and claws engage strategically to prevent slipping. Trails are repeated over years, forming mental maps that connect feeding grounds, water sources, and resting areas. Energy conservation governs all movement. Missteps are costly, potentially jeopardizing survival. The panda's landscape is not defined by landmarks, but by resources, safety, and familiarity, a spatial awareness honed over generations. Solitary life is punctuated by subtle social communication. Scent marking, vocalizations, and brief encounters convey identity, reproductive status, and territorial boundaries. Urine, gland secretions, and scratches transmit complex chemical messages to conspecifics, reducing the need for conflict. Vocalizations occur primarily in mating season or during maternal care, conserving energy while maintaining necessary interaction. This communication system exemplifies efficiency. Social needs are met with minimal expenditure, preserving energy for the essential acts of feeding and survival. Reproduction is a pinnacle of precision and vulnerability. Female fertility lasts only a few days annually, and delayed implantation ensures embryos develop only when conditions are optimal. Cubs are born small, blind, and entirely dependent. Mothers invest extraordinary effort, often remaining in dens for weeks, subsisting on limited food while providing warmth, protection, and nourishment. Twin births create additional challenges, as resources typically support only one cub adequately. Each surviving cub represents a triumph of adaptation, maternal care, and environmental stability, a delicate negotiation that underscores the species' vulnerability and resilience. Behavioral learning ensures continuity. Play, climbing, and exploration teach coordination, strength, and problem solving. Cubs observe maternal feeding strategies, trail selection, and resting behaviors, internalizing knowledge necessary for survival. By independence, They carry maps of food sources, shelter, and escape routes. Behavioral inheritance complements genetics, transmitting strategies refined over millennia. Each generation is not only a continuation of life, but a repository of accumulated knowledge, ensuring that survival strategies persist even as the landscape and climate change. Pandas influence their ecosystems subtly but profoundly. Selective bamboo consumption shapes forest structure, preventing dominance of any single species. Chewed and discarded bamboo contributes to soil fertility, while movement patterns create microhabitats and influence water distribution. Scent marking affects insect behavior and plant reproduction. As keystone species, pandas maintain forest complexity, with their survival intimately tied to the health of the ecosystem. The relationship is reciprocal. As the forest thrives, so do the pandas, and their continued presence shapes ecological balance. Human activity adds both threat and intervention. Roads, agriculture, and settlements fragment habitats, isolate populations, and impede movement. Disease transmission from livestock presents ongoing risks. Conservation strategies now integrate habitat protection, ecological monitoring, community engagement, and captive breeding. Wildlife corridors reconnect fragmented populations, reforestation enhances resilience, and careful long-term planning ensures genetic diversity. The success of these measures relies on patience, continuity, and alignment with the panda's natural rhythms, underscoring that survival is not instantaneous but cumulative, measured over decades and centuries. As night settles across the misty mountains, a panda pauses in a grove of bamboo, chewing methodically, ears alert, eyes half closed. The rhythm of life, feeding, moving, resting, continues unbroken. It is in this repetition that endurance manifests, the quiet, deliberate acts of survival refined over millennia. Observing this pattern offers profound insight into resilience, balance, and harmony with the environment. The panda persists not through spectacle or speed, but through patience, careful judgment, and attunement to the world it inhabits, a living testament to the enduring intelligence of nature, and a reminder of the subtle, persistent forces that sustain life across time. The world of the panda is a tapestry woven from quiet rhythms, subtle choices, and patient adaptation. Each day is defined less by dramatic events than by the cumulative effect of countless small actions. The careful stripping of bamboo leaves, the measured climb up a slope, the cautious navigation through dense undergrowth. These repeated behaviors are not monotonous. They are the essence of survival. In a species where energy is limited and opportunities are sparse, repetition ensures efficiency, continuity, and life itself. The panda's existence is an enduring lesson in the value of slow, deliberate persistence. Bamboo remains central, yet its availability is never guaranteed. Flowering cycles, seasonal changes, and environmental stressors dictate when and where food can be found. Pandas demonstrate remarkable adaptability, selecting shoots based on nutritional quality, shifting elevations to access regenerating bamboo, and rotating feeding sites to prevent overuse. Researchers tracking their movements observe patterns that reveal a species attuned to both immediate needs and long-term sustainability. This behavior is not conscious planning in the human sense, but an evolved intelligence that balances risk, energy expenditure, and resource availability over time. Navigating rugged terrain requires precision. Mountains are steep, valleys deep, and forests dense. Every step, every grasp, and every pause is calculated, minimizing energy loss while maximizing safety and efficiency. Footpads cushion and dampen movement, claws provide grip, and the body's balance is continuously adjusted. Trails are learned and reused, forming mental maps that link feeding areas, resting sites, and water sources. This spatial awareness ensures survival in a challenging landscape, demonstrating that adaptation is as much about knowing one's environment as about responding to it. Social life is understated but critical. Pandas are solitary for much of the year, yet their presence is communicated through scent marking and vocalizations. Urine, glandular secretions, and scratches on trees transmit information about identity, reproductive readiness, and territorial claims. Brief encounters, especially during the mating season, are ritualized to minimize conflict. Vocal signals occur primarily when maternal care is needed or during mating. This system balances the need for social communication with the imperative to conserve energy, allowing pandas to maintain order and continuity within a largely solitary existence. Reproduction is precarious and precise. Females are fertile for only a few days each year, and delayed implantation ensures gestation aligns with favorable environmental conditions. Cubs are born tiny, blind, and entirely dependent on maternal care. Mothers devote extraordinary energy to nurturing, often remaining in dens for extended periods while subsisting on limited food. Twin births increase maternal stress, as resources are typically sufficient for only one cub. Each surviving cub is a testament to the delicate balance of biological, environmental, and behavioral factors, reflecting both the fragility and resilience of the species. Learning is critical to survival. Cubs engage in play tumbling, climbing, and mock fighting. That builds strength, coordination, and spatial awareness. Observing maternal behavior teaches them feeding strategies, trail selection, and resting practices. Independence brings the culmination of these lessons. Cubs carry mental maps of resources, shelter, and risk zones. This behavioral inheritance complements genetic transmission, ensuring continuity of survival strategies. Each generation is both a continuation of life and a repository of experience, capable of navigating challenges that the previous generation faced. Pandas also influence forest ecosystems in subtle but essential ways. Selective bamboo consumption maintains species diversity and forest structure. Chewed bamboo contributes to soil fertility, while movement patterns create microhabitats and influence water flow. Scent marking attracts insects that aid in plant reproduction. Through these interactions, pandas act as keystone species, sustaining ecological balance while relying on the forest for survival. Their continued presence is both an indicator and a driver of forest health, emphasizing the intricate interconnectedness of species and habitat. Human activity presents both obstacles and opportunities. Habitat fragmentation, roads, and agriculture isolate populations, impeding dispersal and reducing genetic diversity. Disease transmission from domestic animals adds further risk. Conservation measures, including reserves, reforestation, wildlife corridors, and captive breeding aim to mitigate these pressures. Success requires long-term planning, continuous monitoring, and alignment with the panda's natural rhythms. Survival is not achieved through short-term interventions, but through patient, sustained efforts that reflect the pace of the species itself. As night falls, mist drifts through bamboo forests and shadows stretch across ridges. A panda pauses mid-feeding, chewing rhythmically, alert to subtle movements in the forest. Its day, composed of feeding, moving, and resting, continues in quiet repetition. It is in these small, deliberate acts that resilience manifests. Observing the panda offers insight into the power of patience, careful energy management, and attunement to one's environment. Life endures not through spectacle or force, but through subtle, persistent strategies honed over millennia. In the quiet rhythm of the panda, we see a living testament to adaptation, balance, and the enduring intelligence of nature itself. The mountains and forests of the panda are not merely habitat. They are a living, breathing system in which every element interacts in delicate balance. Streams carve valleys, mist drapes slopes, and the sunlight filters through layers of bamboo, creating microclimates that support a diversity of life. Within this environment, the panda's existence is defined by attentiveness, patience, and subtle adaptation. Each decision, where to feed, when to move, how long to rest, is informed by an intricate understanding of the surroundings, honed over millennia through instinct and experience. Energy is finite, and the margin for error is small, demanding efficiency in every movement. Bamboo remains the center of daily life. Its nutritional value, seasonal availability, and distribution dictate feeding behavior. Pandas select shoots based on tenderness and nutrient content, rotate feeding sites to allow regeneration, and adjust their movement patterns in response to bamboo flowering cycles. When a stand of bamboo dies following flowering, pandas relocate, sometimes over long distances, to find adequate sustenance. These adjustments are not hasty. They are measured, deliberate, reflecting a deep attunement to environmental rhythms and a capacity for long-term resource management. Movement through rugged terrain is an art of precision. Pandas negotiate steep slopes, rocky ridges, and dense undergrowth with careful balance. Footpads cushion steps, claws provide grip, and the body adjusts dynamically to maintain stability. Trails are habitual, connecting feeding areas, resting spots, and water sources. Researchers note that these paths optimize energy efficiency while ensuring access to essential resources, demonstrating a spatial intelligence shaped by both instinct and learning. In the panda's world, survival is less about speed or aggression than about precise, consistent interaction with the environment. Social dynamics are subtle but important. Pandas are solitary, yet communicate extensively through scent marking, vocalizations, and brief encounters. Urine, glandular secretions, and scratches convey information about identity, reproductive readiness, and territorial boundaries. Encounters during mating season are careful and ritualized, avoiding conflict while ensuring reproductive opportunities. Vocalizations are rare, conserving energy while maintaining necessary social communication. This system highlights the species' ability to balance solitude with social necessity, preserving both energy and population stability. Reproduction is highly constrained and delicate. Female fertility lasts only a few days each year, and delayed implantation ensures gestation begins under optimal environmental conditions. Cubs are born tiny, blind, and entirely dependent. Mothers invest enormous effort, often remaining in dens for weeks, surviving on minimal food while providing warmth, protection, and nutrition. Twin births intensify maternal challenge, as resources usually suffice for one cub. Each successful cub represents a triumph over the combined pressures of biology, environment, and maternal endurance, underscoring both vulnerability and resilience in the species. Learning is central to cub survival. Play, climbing, tumbling, mock fighting, develops physical coordination and cognitive awareness. Cubs observe maternal feeding strategies, trail selection, and resting habits. By independence, they carry mental maps of food sources, shelter, and safe paths, ensuring continuity of knowledge across generations. Behavioral inheritance, alongside genetic inheritance, preserves survival strategies honed over millennia. Each cub is both a continuation of life and a custodian of learned wisdom, capable of navigating the challenges that shaped the species. Pandas influence the forest ecosystem profoundly. Selective feeding maintains species diversity and forest structure. Chewed bamboo enriches soil, and movement patterns create microhabitats and influence water distribution. Scent marking indirectly affects plant reproduction by attracting insects, demonstrating the panda's role as a keystone species. Their survival and the health of the forest are intertwined, illustrating a symbiotic relationship in which each shapes and supports the other. Human impacts complicate this balance. Roads, agriculture, and settlements fragment habitat, isolating populations and restricting movement. Disease transmission from domestic animals presents additional risk. Conservation strategies integrate habitat protection, ecological monitoring, community cooperation, and captive breeding. Wildlife corridors connect fragmented populations, reforestation enhances resilience, and careful long-term planning preserves genetic diversity. The success of these strategies depends on patience, continuity, and alignment with the panda's natural rhythms, emphasizing that survival is a gradual, persistent process rather than a rapid intervention. As night descends, mist drifts through the bamboo and the forest exhales quietly. A panda pauses mid-bite, alert yet calm, chewing rhythmically. The day, composed of feeding, moving, and conserving energy, continues with quiet repetition. In these simple, deliberate acts lies endurance, a living demonstration that survival is achieved not through spectacle, speed, or force, but through careful attention, patience, and harmony with one's environment. Observing the panda reveals the subtle intelligence of nature, the power of persistent adaptation, and the enduring balance that allows life to thrive across centuries and landscapes. The panda's existence is inseparable from the slow pulse of its environment. Seasons shift imperceptibly at high elevations. Winter coats the mountains in frost, while spring awakens bamboo shoots and forest creatures alike. Each change in climate and light influences feeding, movement, and rest. Pandas adjust, not with urgency, but with measured attention. Their lives unfold in cycles of observation and adaptation, an ongoing dialogue with the natural world. Energy conservation underpins every choice. The selection of feeding sites, the timing of travel, and the duration of rest. In a landscape of scarcity and opportunity, deliberation is survival. Bamboo dictates rhythm and behavior. Nutritional content varies among species, across elevations, and throughout seasons. Young shoots in spring provide essential nutrients, while mature stalks sustain pandas through winter. Flowering cycles create temporary shortages, prompting careful movement to new areas. Observational studies reveal that pandas select feeding locations strategically, revisiting favored patches while allowing other areas to regenerate. This rotation maintains forest health, demonstrating that the panda's influence on its ecosystem is subtle, deliberate, and continuous. Feeding is not random. It is an intricate balance of intake, energy conservation, and ecological impact. The physical environment shapes every movement. Steep slopes, narrow ridges, and dense bamboo present challenges that require precision. Footpads absorb shock, claws provide traction, and body weight is distributed with intention. Trails, often repeated over years, connect feeding sites, resting places, and water sources, forming mental maps that guide navigation. GPS studies show that pandas select paths that optimize energy efficiency, a testament to their instinctual spatial intelligence. Survival is defined by the ability to negotiate terrain efficiently, balancing the cost of movement with the reward of resources. Social life, though minimal, is nuanced. Pandas are largely solitary, yet their presence is communicated through scent marking, vocalizations, and brief, ritualized encounters. Chemical signals convey identity, reproductive status, and territorial boundaries. Encounters during mating season are cautious, avoiding conflict while ensuring reproductive opportunity. Vocalizations occur primarily for maternal communication or mating calls, conserving energy while maintaining social structure. In this understated social system, balance is achieved without aggression, reflecting a life strategy optimized for scarcity and survival. Reproduction is highly constrained and fragile. Female fertility lasts only a brief period annually, and delayed implantation ensures gestation begins under favorable conditions. Cubs are born extremely small, blind, and entirely dependent. Maternal investment is intense, with mothers often remaining in dens for weeks, subsisting on minimal bamboo while nurturing their young. Twin births increase maternal challenge, as resources generally support only one cub adequately. Each surviving cub is a delicate victory, representing the interplay of biology, maternal care, and environmental stability, emphasizing both the vulnerability and resilience of the species. Behavioral learning is crucial for cub development. Play, climbing, tumbling, mock fighting builds strength, coordination, and problem-solving abilities. Cubs learn feeding strategies, trail networks, and resting behaviors by observing their mothers. Independence brings mastery. Young pandas carry mental maps of resources, safe resting spots, and survival strategies. This learned behavior complements genetic inheritance, preserving essential knowledge across generations. Each cub becomes both a survivor and a repository of maternal experience, carrying forward lessons critical for enduring in the wild. Pandas exert a subtle yet profound ecological influence. Their selective feeding maintains bamboo diversity and forest structure. Chewed and discarded bamboo contributes to nutrient cycling, while movement creates microhabitats and channels for water flow. Scent marking influences insect behavior, indirectly aiding plant reproduction. The panda is a keystone species, its life intimately linked with the forest ecosystem. Survival depends on the forest, and the forest is shaped by the panda, creating a reciprocal relationship vital for long-term ecological stability. Human presence introduces complexity. Roads, agriculture, and settlements fragment habitats, restricting movement and isolating populations. Domestic animals increase disease risk, and historical poaching continues to cast a shadow over conservation. Efforts to protect pandas now integrate habitat preservation, wildlife corridors, reforestation, captive breeding, and community involvement. Long-term monitoring ensures genetic diversity and population resilience. Success depends on patience and alignment with natural rhythms, reflecting the pace at which pandas themselves live and thrive. As night blankets the mountains, mist curling through bamboo stalks, a panda pauses in quiet vigilance. Its day of feeding, moving, and resting continues in deliberate repetition. There is no spectacle, only the measured rhythm of survival honed over millennia. Yet within this repetition lies resilience, a testament to endurance, balance, and subtle intelligence. Observers gain insight into the profound efficiency of life tuned to its environment. The panda endures not through force or haste, but through quiet mastery of living within constraints, a living lesson in persistence, adaptation, and harmony with nature. The mountains where pandas roam are both harsh and nurturing. Frost may glaze the peaks in winter, while spring showers awaken bamboo shoots that feed the next generation. Each environmental change requires adaptation. Shifts in temperature influence where pandas rest, water availability dictates movement patterns, and bamboo growth cycles determine feeding priorities. Pandas respond with subtlety, adjusting routes, feeding behavior, and daily timing. Energy is limited, and inefficiency can be fatal. Each decision, where to step, which bamboo to consume, when to pause, is a careful calculation shaped by evolution and experience, an ongoing dialogue between organism and environment. Bamboo remains central to survival, yet it is far from constant. Flowering cycles can result in mass die-offs, creating temporary scarcity that tests the panda's adaptability. Observations show that pandas rotate feeding locations to prevent overharvesting, selecting shoots based on tenderness and nutrient density. During periods of scarcity, pandas may move across ridges or valleys, sometimes traveling considerable distances to find sufficient food. These behaviors are methodical rather than frantic, reflecting an evolved intelligence that balances immediate survival with long-term sustainability of both individual and ecosystem. Movement through rugged terrain demonstrates the species' precision. Steep slopes, narrow ridges, and dense undergrowth challenge balance and coordination, yet pandas navigate with care. Footpads absorb shock, claws provide grip, and the body's weight is distributed deliberately. Repeated trails form habitual pathways connecting feeding sites, dens, and water sources. GPS tracking reveals that these routes optimize energy expenditure while maximizing resource access. In a world where caloric intake is limited, efficiency is essential. Each movement is an investment, each pause a form of conservation. Social interaction is minimal yet complex. Pandas are solitary for most of the year, yet communicate through scent marking, vocalizations, and brief encounters. Urine, glandular secretions, and scratches convey identity, reproductive status, and territorial boundaries. Encounters during mating season are ritualized and cautious, reducing the risk of injury while ensuring reproductive opportunity. Vocalizations occur primarily for maternal communication or mating calls, conserving energy while maintaining social structure. This understated system allows coexistence without conflict, reflecting a life strategy optimized for limited resources and survival. Reproduction is precise and fragile. Females are fertile for only a few days each year, and delayed implantation ensures gestation aligns with favorable conditions. Cubs are born tiny, blind, and entirely dependent. Maternal care is intensive. Mothers remain in dens for weeks, feeding minimally while providing warmth, protection, and nutrition. Twin births introduce additional stress, as resources usually suffice for only one cub. Each successful rearing represents a triumph over biological and environmental constraints, a testament to the delicate balance inherent in panda life. Behavioral learning is essential for cub survival. Play, climbing, and mock fighting develop coordination, strength, and problem-solving skills. Cubs observe maternal foraging strategies, trail networks, and resting habits, internalizing critical knowledge. Independence brings mastery. Young pandas carry mental maps of food sources, resting areas, and escape routes. Behavioral inheritance complements genetic inheritance, ensuring the continuation of survival strategies across generations. Each cub embodies the accumulated knowledge of previous generations, equipped to navigate a landscape of challenges. Pandas also play a vital role in forest ecology. Selective feeding maintains bamboo diversity, preventing monocultures. Chewed bamboo enriches soil, while movement patterns create microhabitats and influence water distribution. Scent marking affects insect behavior, indirectly facilitating plant reproduction. As keystone species, pandas shape the very environment that sustains them. Survival and forest health are inseparable. One cannot thrive without the other, illustrating the profound interdependence between organism and habitat. Human activity complicates this equilibrium. Roads, agriculture, and settlements fragment habitats and restrict movement, while domestic animals increase disease risk. Conservation efforts now integrate habitat protection, wildlife corridors, reforestation, captive breeding, and community involvement. Long-term monitoring preserves genetic diversity and supports population stability. The success of these measures relies on patience and alignment with the natural rhythms of the species. Survival is a continuous process, built on observation, adaptation, and careful stewardship. As night descends, mist drifts through bamboo groves, shadows stretching across slopes and valleys. A panda pauses mid-feeding, ears alert, eyes scanning, chewing with deliberate rhythm. The day, composed of feeding, moving, and resting, continues in quiet repetition. In this repetition lies endurance, a testament to patience, adaptation, and the subtle intelligence of life attuned to its environment. Observing the panda offers profound insight into resilience, a species that persists not through force or spectacle, but through harmony with the rhythms of the natural world, a living symbol of balance, persistence, and enduring grace. The life of a panda is a study in continuity, a testament to the patient rhythm of nature. Every movement, every feeding session, every rest period is calibrated by the need to conserve energy and optimize survival. Unlike many animals that rely on speed, aggression, or opportunism, pandas endure through observation, caution, and methodical action. Their days are long, composed of repetitive yet vital routines, each one ensuring that life continues amid the challenges of steep mountains, variable climates, and fluctuating bamboo availability. In the measured cadence of their existence, the panda embodies a profound lesson. Survival is achieved not through haste, but through careful, consistent engagement with one's environment. Bamboo remains the central axis of life. Its seasonal growth patterns, nutritional quality, and distribution govern feeding strategies. Spring brings young shoots, rich in nutrients, while mature stalks sustain pandas during leaner months. Flowering cycles and die-offs test the panda's adaptability, requiring careful relocation and feeding rotation. Observations show pandas returning to preferred patches while allowing other areas to recover, an instinctive practice that preserves both their food source and the forest ecosystem. Their consumption is deliberate. Leaves are stripped, stalks peeled, and lower quality portions discarded. Every bite is energy invested, every pause a form of conservation. Movement through rugged landscapes demonstrates remarkable skill. Pandas navigate steep inclines, rocky outcrops, and dense bamboo thickets with precision. Footpads cushion steps, claws grip securely, and the body's weight is distributed with intention. Trails, often repeated across years, connect feeding sites, resting areas, and water sources, forming habitual paths guided by memory and experience. GPS studies reveal that pandas select these routes to optimize energy efficiency, showing spatial intelligence that balances the need for nourishment with the costs of movement. In this challenging terrain, survival depends on consistent, deliberate navigation rather than speed or strength. Social life is limited but essential. Pandas are solitary for most of the year, yet communicate through scent marking, vocalizations, and brief, ritualized encounters. Urine, glandular secretions, and scratches convey identity, reproductive readiness, and territorial boundaries. Even encounters during mating season are cautious, avoiding unnecessary conflict while ensuring reproductive opportunity. Vocalizations occur primarily for maternal communication or mating calls, conserving energy while maintaining social connections. This communication system exemplifies efficiency. It meets social needs without compromising the energy budget critical for survival. Reproduction is highly constrained. Female fertility lasts only a few days annually, and delayed implantation ensures that gestation begins under favorable environmental conditions. Cubs are born tiny, blind, and entirely dependent on maternal care. Mothers devote extraordinary energy, often remaining in dens for weeks, subsisting on minimal bamboo while providing warmth, protection, and nutrition. Twin births pose additional challenges, as resources are generally sufficient for only one cub. Each surviving offspring represents a triumph over environmental and biological limitations, highlighting the delicate balance that defines panda life. Behavioral learning is critical for cub survival. Play, Climbing and exploration teach coordination, strength, and spatial awareness. Cubs observe maternal feeding patterns, trail systems, and resting behaviors, internalizing vital knowledge. Upon independence, they carry mental maps of food sources, shelter, and escape routes. This learned behavior complements genetic inheritance, ensuring continuity of survival strategies across generations. Each cub carries forward the experience of its mother, preserving knowledge essential for navigating the challenges of a dynamic and sometimes unforgiving environment. Pandas shape their ecosystems in subtle but profound ways. Selective feeding maintains bamboo diversity and forest structure, preventing monoculture. Fallen bamboo enriches soil, while movement patterns create microhabitats and influence water flow. Scent marking affects insect behavior and plant reproduction. The panda is a keystone species, both shaping and depending upon the forest. The survival of the species and the health of the forest are intertwined, illustrating the delicate reciprocity between organism and habitat. Human presence introduces additional complexity. Roads, agriculture, and settlements fragment habitat and restrict movement. Domestic animals increase disease risk, and historical poaching has left lasting scars. Conservation strategies now combine habitat protection, ecological monitoring, wildlife corridors, captive breeding, and community engagement. Long-term planning and patient observation ensure genetic diversity and population resilience. Effective conservation aligns human intervention with the natural rhythms of the species, reflecting the slow, deliberate pace at which pandas themselves live. As night falls over the mist-covered mountains, a panda pauses in a grove of bamboo, chewing with deliberate rhythm, ears alert, and eyes scanning the surrounding forest. The day, composed of feeding, moving, and resting, continues in quiet, purposeful repetition. Within this repetition lies resilience, a demonstration of how life endures not through spectacle, speed, or force, but through patience, balance, and subtle intelligence. The panda survives by living in harmony with its environment, offering a living testament to the enduring power of persistence, the wisdom of measured action, and the quiet majesty of nature's design. The mountains in which pandas dwell are ancient and untamed, a mosaic of ridges, valleys, and bamboo groves that have persisted for millennia. Within this complex landscape, every aspect of a panda's life is influenced by terrain, climate, and the cyclical growth of bamboo. Seasons dictate behavior. Snow and frost in winter encourage conservation and limited movement, while spring and summer bring lush shoots that demand selective feeding and careful rotation of feeding sites. Pandas navigate these cycles with patient precision, demonstrating a rhythm of life defined not by urgency, but by deliberate observation and response to the environment. Each choice, where to feed, when to rest, how far to travel, is a measured calculation in the pursuit of survival. Bamboo governs nearly every aspect of existence. Its nutritional value fluctuates with age, season, and species. Young shoots provide essential vitamins and protein during periods of growth, while older stalks maintain caloric intake during leaner times. Pandas have been observed rotating their feeding locations to avoid depleting a single patch, allowing bamboo to regenerate. These choices reflect both instinctive intelligence and evolved behavior aimed at long-term sustainability. Feeding is meticulous, leaves stripped, stalks peeled, and low-quality portions discarded. Each movement conserves energy. Each bite maximizes return, a balance critical to survival in a low-calorie world. Movement through rugged terrain showcases remarkable skill and adaptation. Steep slopes, narrow ledges, and dense bamboo challenge balance and coordination. Footpads absorb impact, claws grip effectively, and body weight is distributed precisely. Repeated trails link feeding grounds, resting areas, and water sources, forming mental maps honed through experience. GPS tracking and field studies indicate that pandas select these routes to optimize energy efficiency, reducing unnecessary exertion while ensuring access to essential resources. In this environment, survival depends less on speed or aggression than on careful, deliberate action. Social interaction is minimal but functionally sophisticated. Pandas are solitary, yet they communicate through scent marking, vocalizations, and brief encounters. Chemical signals in urine, glandular secretions, and scratches on trees transmit identity, reproductive readiness, and territorial information. Encounters during the mating season are cautious, ritualized, and brief, minimizing conflict while facilitating reproduction. Vocalizations are reserved for maternal communication or mating calls, conserving energy while maintaining social awareness. This understated communication system balances solitude with necessary social interaction, exemplifying efficiency and survival strategy. Reproduction is constrained and delicate. Females are fertile only a few days per year, and delayed implantation ensures that gestation coincides with favorable environmental conditions. Cubs are born tiny, blind, and wholly dependent on maternal care. Mothers invest extraordinary effort, often remaining in dens for weeks, subsisting on minimal food while providing warmth, protection, and nutrition. Twin births present a challenge, as maternal resources typically suffice for only one cub. Each successful birth is a triumph over biological constraints, environmental pressures, and maternal endurance, highlighting the fragility and resilience inherent to the species. Behavioral learning is essential. Cubs engage in play, climbing, tumbling, and mock fighting to develop coordination, strength, and cognitive skills. Observation of maternal behavior teaches feeding strategies, trail use, and resting habits. By the time cubs reach independence, they carry mental maps of feeding areas, safe paths, and shelters, ensuring the continuity of survival knowledge across generations. Behavioral inheritance complements genetic inheritance, creating a repository of practical wisdom passed from mother to offspring. Each cub embodies both life and knowledge, capable of navigating a complex and often unforgiving environment. Ecologically, pandas are keystone species. Their selective feeding regulates bamboo growth, promoting species diversity and maintaining forest structure. Chewed bamboo contributes to nutrient cycling, while movement through the forest creates microhabitats and affects water distribution. Scent marking indirectly supports plant reproduction by attracting insects. Pandas shape and sustain their environment while relying upon it for survival, illustrating the profound interdependence of organism and habitat. The health of the forest is inseparable from the well-being of the panda, demonstrating the delicate reciprocity of natural systems. human activity adds further challenges. Roads, agriculture, and settlements fragment habitats, limit movement, and isolate populations. Disease transmission from domestic animals introduces additional risk. Conservation strategies address these pressures through protected reserves, wildlife corridors, reforestation, captive breeding, and community engagement. Long-term monitoring ensures genetic diversity, population stability, and ecosystem resilience. Effective conservation aligns human intervention with the panda's natural rhythms, reflecting the slow, deliberate pace at which these animals live. As darkness falls, mist drifts among the bamboo stalks and shadows stretch across the mountains. A panda pauses mid-feeding, alert yet calm, chewing with measured rhythm. The day, composed of feeding, moving, and resting, continues in quiet repetition. In these simple acts lies endurance, a demonstration that survival is achieved not through spectacle, speed, or aggression, but through patience, careful judgment, and attunement to the environment. Observing the panda offers insight into resilience, the subtle intelligence of nature, and the enduring power of life that persists through balance, adaptability, and quiet persistence. The forests of the panda are ancient, layered with the history of countless seasons, where each ridge, valley, and bamboo grove tells a story of survival. Within this landscape, the panda moves deliberately, guided by instinct and experience. Every decision, whether to rest, feed, or climb, is dictated by energy conservation and the need to sustain life in a low-calorie ecosystem. There is no rush, no display of strength, only the measured rhythm of survival that has been honed over millennia. In observing this rhythm, one begins to understand that the true majesty of the panda lies not in spectacle, but in the quiet, patient mastery of life itself. Bamboo governs daily existence, yet it is far from predictable. Its growth cycles, nutritional content, and spatial distribution change with the seasons and elevation. Pandas demonstrate a remarkable capacity to adapt, selecting shoots of optimal quality, moving between patches, and rotating feeding sites to allow regeneration. During periods of bamboo die-off following flowering, pandas relocate carefully, sometimes over considerable distances, to access new food sources. Each feeding session is precise. Leaves are stripped, stalks peeled, and inferior parts discarded. Every action is an investment of energy, a conscious balance between intake and expenditure, shaped by evolutionary pressures over thousands of years. Movement in such a challenging landscape demands skill and precision. Steep slopes, jagged ridges, and dense undergrowth present obstacles that must be navigated with care. Footpads cushion impact, claws provide traction, and body weight is distributed to maintain balance. Repeated trails form mental maps, linking feeding sites, resting areas, and water sources. Field observations and GPS tracking confirm that pandas optimize routes to conserve energy, demonstrating spatial intelligence and a sophisticated understanding of their environment. Survival depends on careful calculation rather than speed, on consistency rather than aggression. Solitary life is punctuated by essential social communication. Pandas rely on scent marking, vocalizations, and brief encounters to convey identity, reproductive status, and territorial boundaries. Chemical signals in urine and glandular secretions, along with scratches on trees, maintain social order without costly confrontation. Even during mating season, interactions are ritualized and cautious. Vocalizations are reserved for maternal communication or mating, preserving energy while ensuring necessary social connection. This understated system exemplifies efficiency and the species' capacity to maintain balance within a largely solitary existence. Reproduction is constrained, delicate, and critical. Female fertility lasts only a few days each year, with delayed implantation ensuring gestation begins under optimal environmental conditions. Cubs are born tiny, blind, and entirely dependent on maternal care. Mothers devote extraordinary energy to nurturing, often remaining in dens for weeks while feeding minimally. Twin births introduce further complexity, as maternal resources generally suffice for only one cub. Each successful birth represents a triumph over biological, environmental, and maternal constraints, illustrating the fragile resilience inherent in panda life. Behavioral learning is essential to the continuation of the species. Cubs engage in play, climbing, tumbling, mock fighting, to develop physical coordination, spatial awareness, and problem-solving skills. Observation of maternal behavior teaches feeding strategies, trail navigation, and safe resting practices. Independence marks the culmination of these lessons. Young pandas carry mental maps of food sources, shelters, and escape routes, ensuring that learned strategies persist across generations. Behavioral inheritance complements genetic inheritance, passing accumulated knowledge that is crucial for survival in a dynamic and challenging environment. Pandas shape their ecosystems in ways that are both subtle and profound. Selective feeding prevents overdominance of any single bamboo species, supporting biodiversity and forest structure. Chewed bamboo enriches soil, and movement patterns create microhabitats and influence water distribution. Scent marking indirectly promotes plant reproduction by attracting insects. As a keystone species, the panda's presence is essential for forest health, and their survival depends on it. This intricate interdependence exemplifies the delicate reciprocity of natural systems, where each life influences the whole. Human impact introduces additional complexity. Roads, agriculture, and settlements fragment habitats, restricting movement and isolating populations. Domestic animals present disease risks, and historical poaching has reduced population density. Conservation strategies now integrate habitat protection, wildlife corridors, reforestation, captive breeding, and community engagement. Long-term monitoring preserves genetic diversity and population stability. Success depends on patience, consistency, and alignment with the natural rhythms of the species. Conservation is not a rapid endeavor. It mirrors the deliberate pace at which pandas themselves live and survive. As darkness descends, mist drifts among bamboo stalks and the forest exhales quietly. A panda pauses mid-feeding, alert yet calm, chewing with deliberate rhythm. The day, composed of feeding, moving, and resting, continues in quiet, purposeful repetition. Within these small, measured acts lies endurance, a testament to persistence, adaptability, and the subtle intelligence of life perfectly attuned to its environment. Observing the panda offers insight into resilience, patience, and the enduring harmony that allows life to persist. a living reminder of nature's quiet, unwavering power. The mountains and bamboo forests that pandas inhabit are vast, yet every part of this environment is intimately connected to their survival. Each ridge, valley, and grove forms part of a living map, one that pandas navigate with instinctive precision. Their lives unfold not in dramatic bursts, but in a measured cadence, feeding, moving, resting, repeated over days, months, and years. Within this rhythm, they balance energy expenditure with sustenance, ensuring survival in an ecosystem that is as unforgiving as it is abundant. In observing this unhurried pace, it becomes clear that the strength of the panda lies not in power or speed, but in patience, precision, and the subtle intelligence of adaptation. Bamboo dominates their world, yet it is never a constant. Its growth cycles, nutritional content, and spatial distribution fluctuate with elevation and season. Spring brings tender shoots, rich in protein and nutrients, while mature stalks sustain the animal through leaner months. Flowering cycles can result in mass die-offs, creating scarcity that tests resilience. Pandas adjust by relocating to areas where bamboo is still abundant, rotating feeding sites to allow regrowth, and selecting the most nutritious parts of each plant. Every bite is a conscious investment of energy, every pause a strategy of conservation. This balance between intake and expenditure exemplifies a form of intelligence honed by evolution over millennia. Movement through steep slopes, jagged ridges, and dense bamboo requires remarkable skill. Footpads cushion impact, claws grip securely, and body weight is distributed carefully to maintain balance. Trails, often traveled repeatedly over years, form mental maps connecting feeding grounds, resting sites, and water sources. Studies using GPS collars reveal that pandas select routes optimized for energy efficiency, minimizing exertion while ensuring access to resources. Survival is a product of deliberate action, careful assessment of terrain, and the conservation of energy, rather than reliance on speed or strength. Social interaction is minimal, yet sophisticated. Pandas are largely solitary, but communication is maintained through scent marking, vocalizations, and occasional encounters. Urine, glandular secretions, and scratches convey information about identity, reproductive status, and territorial boundaries. Encounters during mating season are brief, cautious, and ritualized, minimizing conflict while facilitating reproduction. Vocalizations occur primarily during maternal care or mating calls, conserving energy while maintaining necessary social structure. This understated communication system exemplifies efficiency and survival strategy, maintaining order without unnecessary expenditure. Reproduction is highly constrained and delicate. Female fertility lasts only a few days each year, and delayed implantation ensures that gestation begins under favorable conditions. Cubs are born tiny, blind, and wholly dependent on maternal care. Mothers invest extraordinary effort, often remaining in dens for extended periods while subsisting on minimal food. Twin births increase maternal strain, as resources generally support only one cub adequately. Each surviving offspring represents a triumph over environmental and biological constraints, highlighting both vulnerability and resilience in the species. Cubs rely heavily on behavioral learning. Play, climbing, and exploration develop coordination, strength, and problem-solving skills. Observation of maternal behavior teaches feeding strategies, trail navigation, and resting practices. Upon independence, cubs carry mental maps of feeding areas, shelters, and safe routes, ensuring survival knowledge is preserved across generations. Behavioral inheritance complements genetic inheritance, allowing accumulated experience to persist and guiding young pandas through a landscape that is challenging and ever-changing. Ecologically, pandas are keystone species. Their selective feeding maintains bamboo diversity, contributing to forest structure and biodiversity. Chewed and discarded bamboo enriches soil, while movement through the forest creates microhabitats and influences water distribution. Scent marking affects insect behavior and plant reproduction. Survival is deeply intertwined with the health of the forest, and their continued presence sustains ecosystem balance. The panda's life exemplifies the subtle reciprocity between organism and habitat, a reminder that the health of one depends on the other. Human influence adds complexity. Roads, agriculture, and settlements fragment habitats, reducing connectivity and increasing isolation. Domestic animals introduce disease risks. Conservation strategies integrate habitat protection, wildlife corridors, reforestation, captive breeding, and community engagement. Long-term monitoring ensures genetic diversity and population resilience. Success depends on patience, sustained effort, and alignment with the natural rhythms of the species. Conservation mirrors the pace of panda life, slow, deliberate, and persistent. As night falls, mist weaves through the bamboo stalks and shadows stretch across the mountains. A panda pauses mid-feeding, chewing with rhythmic precision, alert yet calm. Its day, feeding, moving, resting, continues in quiet, deliberate repetition. Within these simple, measured acts lies endurance, a testament to resilience, adaptability, and the intelligence of life attuned to its environment. Observing the panda reveals the profound lessons of patience, balance, and harmony, a living testament to the quiet but unwavering force of nature. The forests and mountains that pandas call home are ancient, vast, and intricately woven ecosystems. Each grove of bamboo, each winding ridge, and each hidden valley holds the potential for sustenance, shelter, or danger. Within this terrain, the panda moves with deliberate care, guided by instincts refined over millennia. Its existence is measured, composed of repeated patterns, feeding, moving, resting, each one critical for survival. In this slow cadence, there is a quiet intelligence at work, an evolved strategy that balances energy intake with expenditure, risk with reward, and movement with conservation. Survival is achieved not through force or spectacle, but through the patient mastery of life's rhythms. Bamboo dominates the panda's diet, yet it is a resource that demands constant negotiation. Nutritional quality varies with season, elevation, and species, and flowering cycles can result in mass die-offs that create scarcity. Pandas adapt by rotating feeding sites, selecting the most nutritious shoots, and moving across landscapes to access abundant bamboo. Observations reveal a meticulous approach. Leaves are stripped carefully, stalks peeled methodically, and low-quality parts discarded. Every action conserves energy while maximizing intake. Feeding is both a necessity and an art, a testament to the species' refined relationship with its environment. Navigating steep slopes, narrow ridges, and dense bamboo requires extraordinary precision. Footpads absorb impact, claws provide secure grip, and the body's weight is distributed with calculated care. Over years, repeated paths form habitual trails linking feeding grounds, dens, and water sources. GPS studies show that pandas select routes that optimize energy efficiency, avoiding unnecessary exertion while maintaining access to essential resources. In this rugged landscape, survival is defined by careful assessment, deliberate action, and consistency, rather than by speed or physical dominance. Social life is understated but essential. Pandas are solitary for most of the year, yet communicate through scent marking, vocalizations, and occasional encounters. Chemical cues in urine and glandular secretions, along with scratches on trees, convey identity, reproductive readiness, and territorial boundaries. Encounters during mating season are cautious, brief, and ritualized, minimizing conflict while ensuring reproductive opportunities. Vocalizations occur primarily during maternal care or mating calls, conserving energy while maintaining social structure. This communication system exemplifies efficiency, demonstrating how the species maintains coexistence without unnecessary energy expenditure. Reproduction is constrained and fragile. Female fertility lasts only a few days per year, and delayed implantation ensures that gestation aligns with favorable conditions. Cubs are born tiny, blind, and completely dependent on maternal care. Mothers invest extraordinary energy, often remaining in dens for extended periods while consuming minimal bamboo. Twin births challenge maternal resources, as typically only one cub can be supported adequately. Each surviving cub represents a triumph over biological, environmental, and maternal constraints, embodying the delicate resilience of the species. Behavioral learning is crucial for the cub's survival. Play, climbing, and mock fighting develop coordination, strength, and cognitive awareness. Cubs observe maternal feeding behavior, trail usage, and resting habits, internalizing strategies essential for life in the wild. Independence brings mastery. Young pandas carry mental maps of food sources, shelters, and safe routes, ensuring continuity of survival knowledge. Behavioral inheritance complements genetic inheritance, transmitting practical wisdom across generations, preserving strategies honed over millennia. Ecologically, pandas are keystone species. Their selective feeding prevents dominance of any single bamboo species, supporting biodiversity and maintaining forest structure. Chewed and discarded bamboo enriches soil, while movement through the forest creates microhabitats and influences water flow. Scent marking indirectly aids plant reproduction by attracting insects. The survival of the panda is inseparable from the health of the forest, illustrating the profound interdependence of species and habitat. Human activity complicates this balance. Roads, agriculture, and settlements fragment habitats, isolate populations, and restrict movement. Domestic animals introduce disease risk. Conservation strategies combine habitat protection, wildlife corridors, reforestation, captive breeding, and community engagement. Long-term monitoring preserves genetic diversity and population stability. Successful conservation relies on patience, consistency, and alignment with the natural rhythms of pandas, reflecting the deliberate pace at which these animals live. As night falls over the mist-shrouded mountains, a panda pauses in a grove of bamboo, chewing slowly, ears alert, eyes half closed. The day feeding, moving, and resting continues in quiet repetition. Within these measured acts lies endurance, a testament to resilience, patience, and the intelligence of life attuned to its environment. Observing the panda offers insight into the power of persistence, the subtlety of adaptation, and the enduring harmony that allows life to thrive. The panda survives not through force or haste, but through careful, deliberate engagement with its world, a living testament to nature's quiet majesty. The panda's mountains are a place where time feels suspended, where mist drifts between bamboo stalks, and the rhythms of life are slow and deliberate. Here, the panda moves with quiet purpose, each step calculated, each pause intentional. Energy is precious, and inefficiency can mean failure. Their lives unfold not in bursts of drama, but in a careful balance of feeding, moving, and resting, repeated day after day. Observing this rhythm reveals a species finely tuned to its environment, a living embodiment of endurance and subtle intelligence, where survival is dictated by patience and attentiveness rather than force or haste. Bamboo is both sustenance and guide. Its growth, nutritional content, and spatial distribution dictate feeding behavior. Young shoots in spring provide vital protein, while mature stalks sustain pandas during leaner months. Flowering cycles can create temporary shortages, prompting pandas to relocate and rotate feeding areas to allow regeneration. Each feeding session is meticulous, leaves stripped, stalks peeled, and low-quality portions left behind. Every bite is an investment of energy, every pause a calculated conservation. Through these patterns, pandas demonstrate a form of ecological intelligence that balances immediate needs with long-term sustainability. Movement across rugged terrain requires precision and adaptability. Steep slopes, jagged ridges, and dense bamboo create constant challenges. Footpads absorb impact, claws provide grip, and body weight is distributed carefully. Trails, often repeated over years, link feeding areas, resting spots, and water sources. Field studies and GPS tracking reveal that pandas choose paths that optimize energy efficiency, ensuring access to resources while minimizing unnecessary exertion. In such landscapes, survival is defined less by speed or power than by careful planning, observation, and the consistent execution of energy-efficient behaviors. Social life is limited but functionally sophisticated. Pandas are largely solitary, yet they communicate through scent marking, vocalizations, and brief encounters. Urine, glandular secretions, and scratches transmit identity, reproductive readiness, and territorial boundaries. Even encounters during mating season are cautious, ritualized, and brief, reducing conflict while enabling reproduction. Vocalizations occur primarily in maternal care or mating calls, conserving energy while maintaining social cohesion. This understated communication system allows pandas to meet social needs efficiently, preserving energy for the daily challenges of survival. Reproduction is delicate and highly constrained. Female fertility lasts only a few days annually, and delayed implantation ensures that gestation coincides with favorable environmental conditions. Cubs are born small, blind, and entirely dependent on maternal care. Mothers invest extraordinary effort, often remaining in dens for weeks, subsisting on minimal bamboo while providing warmth, protection, and nourishment. Twin births increase maternal challenges, as resources typically suffice for one cub. Each surviving offspring is a testament to the delicate balance of biology, maternal endurance, and environmental stability, emphasizing both fragility and resilience. Behavioral learning is critical. Cubs engage in play, climbing, tumbling, mock fighting, to develop coordination, strength, and problem-solving skills. Observing maternal behavior teaches feeding strategies, trail navigation, and safe resting practices. Independence marks the culmination of these lessons. Young pandas carry mental maps of food sources, shelters, and escape routes, preserving survival strategies across generations. Behavioral inheritance complements genetic inheritance, ensuring that knowledge essential for survival endures, guiding each new generation through a complex and ever-changing environment. Ecologically, pandas shape their forests in subtle but profound ways. Their selective feeding maintains bamboo diversity and forest structure. Chewed and discarded bamboo contributes nutrients to the soil, while movement through the forest creates microhabitats and channels water flow. Scent marking indirectly promotes plant reproduction by attracting insects. The survival of pandas is inseparable from the health of the forest, illustrating the deep interdependence of species and habitat. Each panda carries not only its life, but also the balance of the ecosystem it inhabits. Human activity complicates this equilibrium. Roads, agriculture, and settlements fragment habitats and reduce connectivity, while domestic animals introduce disease. Conservation strategies integrate habitat protection, wildlife corridors, reforestation, captive breeding, and community engagement. Long-term monitoring ensures genetic diversity and population resilience. Effective conservation requires patience, persistence, and alignment with the natural rhythms of pandas, reflecting the deliberate pace at which these animals live and endure. As night settles across misty bamboo groves, a panda pauses mid-feeding, ears alert, eyes scanning the shadows, chewing with deliberate rhythm. Its day, feeding, moving, and resting, continues in quiet repetition. Within this repetition lies resilience, a demonstration of how life thrives through patience, careful energy management, and harmony with the environment. Observing the panda offers insight into endurance, subtle intelligence, and the enduring power of nature. The panda survives not through haste, aggression, or spectacle, but through measured, deliberate engagement with the world, a living testament to balance, persistence, and the quiet majesty of life itself. The panda's world is one of quiet persistence, a realm where the rhythm of life is measured and deliberate. Mountains rise sharply, mist drapes the valleys, and bamboo forests stretch endlessly, providing sustenance yet demanding careful navigation. In this environment, every action is purposeful. Movement is slow but precise. Each step, each grasp, each pause is a decision weighed against the cost of energy and the reward of survival. Unlike predators that rely on strength or speed, the panda survives through patience, careful observation, and the repetition of behaviors honed over millennia. Its endurance is a testament to the subtle intelligence embedded in life itself. Bamboo dictates the panda's daily existence. Nutritional content varies by species, elevation, and season, requiring selective feeding. Spring brings young shoots rich in protein and essential nutrients, while mature stalks sustain pandas through leaner periods. Flowering cycles and die-offs test adaptability, requiring pandas to relocate and rotate feeding patches. Researchers have observed their meticulous behavior, stripping leaves, peeling stalks, discarding low-quality portions. Each feeding session balances caloric intake with energy expenditure, illustrating an evolved efficiency that supports survival and forest health simultaneously. Traversing rugged terrain demands careful skill. Steep slopes, rocky ridges, and dense bamboo require precise balance and coordination. Footpads absorb impact, claws provide grip, and body weight is adjusted deliberately. Over years, pandas create habitual trails connecting feeding areas, dens, and water sources. GPS studies confirm that these paths optimize energy efficiency, ensuring access to resources while minimizing effort. Survival is not about speed or aggression. It is about careful calculation, consistency, and the mastery of one's environment. Social life, while minimal, is critical to reproduction and territorial integrity. Pandas communicate through scent marking, vocalizations, and brief encounters. Chemical cues in urine, glandular secretions, and scratches convey identity, reproductive status, and territorial boundaries. During mating season, encounters are brief, cautious, and ritualized, reducing the risk of injury while ensuring reproductive opportunity. Vocalizations occur primarily during maternal care or mating, conserving energy while maintaining essential social cohesion. This understated system demonstrates how survival can be achieved with efficiency, minimizing unnecessary conflict and expenditure. Reproduction is delicate and highly constrained. Female fertility lasts only a few days each year, and delayed implantation ensures gestation occurs under favorable conditions. Cubs are born tiny, blind, and fully dependent. Maternal care is intense. Mothers remain in dens for weeks, consuming minimal food while providing warmth, protection, and nutrition. Twin births increase the challenge, as resources usually support only one cub adequately. Each surviving cub is a triumph over the interplay of biology, maternal investment, and environmental conditions, embodying both the fragility and resilience of the species. Learning is fundamental to survival. Cubs engage in play, climbing, and exploration to develop coordination, strength, and problem-solving skills. They observe maternal feeding behavior, trail networks, and resting patterns, internalizing essential survival strategies. Upon independence, young pandas carry mental maps of feeding areas, shelters, and safe routes, ensuring continuity of knowledge across generations. Behavioral inheritance complements genetic inheritance, preserving strategies honed over millennia. Each cub becomes both a survivor and a repository of accumulated wisdom, capable of navigating the challenges of its world. Pandas influence their ecosystem profoundly. Selective feeding maintains bamboo diversity and forest structure. Chewed and discarded bamboo enriches soil, while movement patterns create microhabitats and influence water distribution. Scent marking indirectly supports plant reproduction through insect attraction. As a keystone species, the panda's presence is essential to the health of the forest, demonstrating the intricate interdependence between organism and habitat. Survival is a shared process. The panda thrives because the forest thrives, and the forest thrives because the panda shapes it. Human influence adds complexity to this delicate balance. Roads, agriculture, and settlements fragment habitats, isolate populations, and restrict movement. Domestic animals increase the risk of disease transmission. Conservation strategies address these challenges through habitat protection, wildlife corridors, reforestation, captive breeding, and community engagement. Long-term monitoring ensures genetic diversity and population resilience. Effective conservation requires patience, alignment with the species, natural rhythms, and long-term commitment, reflecting the slow, deliberate pace at which pandas live and endure. As night falls over the mist-laden mountains, a panda pauses in a grove of bamboo, chewing slowly, ears alert, eyes scanning the surrounding shadows. The day, composed of feeding, moving, and resting, continues in quiet repetition. Within these simple, measured acts lies endurance, a living demonstration of resilience, adaptability, and the subtle intelligence of life attuned to its environment. Observing the panda offers insight into the power of patience, persistence, and the enduring harmony that allows life to flourish. The panda survives not through speed or spectacle, but through careful, deliberate engagement with its world, a living testament to the quiet majesty of nature. The world of the panda is shaped as much by its environment as by its own choices. Mountains rise sharply, their peaks veiled in mist, valleys winding like hidden arteries through the forest. Every ridge, every grove of bamboo, every quiet stream forms part of a living landscape that demands constant attention and adaptation. For the panda, survival is not a matter of aggression or competition, but of attunement, observing subtle changes, conserving energy, and making deliberate decisions about movement, feeding, and rest. Life unfolds in quiet, repeated cycles, each one critical to maintaining the balance between energy intake and expenditure. The beauty of this existence lies in its simplicity and in the precision with which the panda navigates its world. Bamboo dictates the structure of daily life. Nutritional value varies with species, season, and elevation, shaping feeding behavior. Spring brings tender shoots rich in protein, while mature stalks provide sustenance during leaner months. Flowering cycles can result in mass die-offs, forcing pandas to adapt by relocating and rotating feeding sites. Observations reveal meticulous feeding. Leaves are stripped, stalks peeled, and low-quality parts discarded. Every bite is an investment of energy, every pause a form of conservation. Through this careful balance, pandas not only survive but also maintain the health and diversity of their forest, illustrating the interconnected intelligence of ecosystem and species. Movement through rugged terrain requires extraordinary precision. Steep slopes, rocky outcrops, and dense bamboo present constant challenges. Footpads cushion impact, claws provide grip, and body weight is distributed with careful intention. Over years, habitual trails link feeding areas, resting spots, and water sources, forming mental maps honed by experience. GPS tracking confirms that pandas select these paths to maximize efficiency, minimizing energy expenditure while accessing essential resources. Survival is thus not about speed or strength, but about consistency, observation, and careful adaptation to the environment. Solitude defines much of panda life, yet social communication is essential. Pandas rely on scent marking, vocalizations, and brief encounters to convey identity, reproductive status, and territorial boundaries. Urine, glandular secretions, and tree scratches transmit messages that reduce conflict and maintain order. Encounters during mating season are cautious and ritualized, facilitating reproduction without unnecessary energy expenditure or aggression. Vocalizations occur primarily during maternal care or mating calls, conserving energy while preserving essential social connections. This understated system exemplifies efficiency, demonstrating how survival can be achieved through subtlety and precision. Reproduction is constrained, delicate, and critical to the species' continuity. Female fertility lasts only a few days each year, and delayed implantation ensures that gestation begins under favorable conditions. Cubs are born tiny, blind, and entirely dependent on maternal care. Mothers devote extraordinary energy, often remaining in dens for weeks, subsisting on minimal bamboo while providing warmth, protection, and nourishment. Twin births pose a particular challenge, as resources usually suffice for only one cub. Each surviving offspring is a triumph over environmental constraints, maternal effort, and biological limitation, embodying both fragility and resilience. Behavioral learning is fundamental to survival. Cubs engage in play, climbing, tumbling, and mock fighting to develop coordination, strength, and spatial awareness. They observe maternal feeding behavior, trail networks, and resting patterns, internalizing critical survival strategies. Upon independence, young pandas carry mental maps of feeding areas, shelter, and escape routes, ensuring continuity of knowledge across generations. Behavioral inheritance complements genetic inheritance, preserving accumulated wisdom and strategies honed over millennia. Each cub becomes both a survivor and a repository of experience, equipped to navigate the challenges of life in a complex and dynamic ecosystem. Pandas also shape the forest they inhabit. Their selective feeding maintains bamboo diversity and prevents dominance of a single species. Chewed and discarded bamboo enriches soil, while movement patterns create microhabitats and influence water flow. Scent marking indirectly aids plant reproduction by attracting insects. The panda's survival is inseparable from the forest's health, and the forest thrives in turn because of the panda. This interdependence exemplifies the subtle reciprocity of natural systems, where each life influences and sustains the whole. Human presence complicates this delicate equilibrium. Roads, agriculture, and settlements fragment habitats and restrict movement, while domestic animals introduce disease. Conservation efforts combine habitat protection, wildlife corridors, reforestation, captive breeding, and community engagement. Long-term monitoring ensures genetic diversity and population resilience. Effective conservation requires patience, persistence, and alignment with the natural rhythms of pandas, reflecting the deliberate pace at which these animals live and thrive. As night descends over the mist-shrouded mountains, a panda pauses mid-feeding, chewing slowly, ears alert, eyes scanning the forest. Its day, feeding, moving, resting, continues in quiet repetition. Within these measured acts lies endurance, resilience, and the intelligence of life attuned to its environment. Observing the panda offers insight into patience, subtle adaptation, and the enduring harmony that allows life to persist. The panda survives not through haste or spectacle, but through deliberate, careful engagement with its world, a living testament to balance, persistence, and the quiet majesty of nature. The mountains of the panda are a place of stillness, yet beneath that calm lies a world of subtle activity. Mist rises from valleys, bamboo sways gently in the wind, and every slope and ridge is part of a living landscape that demands attention. For the panda, survival is a careful negotiation with this environment. Movement is deliberate, feeding is precise, and rest is strategic. Energy is finite, and the margin for error is small. Unlike predators that rely on speed or strength, the panda thrives through patience, observation, and the careful repetition of behaviors refined over countless generations. In this slow, deliberate rhythm, there is an intelligence that transcends instinct, a wisdom written into every action and pause. Bamboo is the axis around which every day revolves. Its nutritional quality fluctuates with season, elevation, and species, requiring constant assessment and adaptation. Spring brings young shoots that provide vital protein and minerals, while mature stalks sustain the panda through winter scarcity. Flowering cycles can cause die-offs, forcing pandas to relocate and rotate feeding sites to allow regeneration. Feeding is methodical, leaves stripped, stalks peeled, low-quality portions discarded. Each bite is calculated, every pause measured. In these subtle patterns, the panda exemplifies a balance between immediate needs and long-term sustainability, ensuring its survival while maintaining the integrity of the forest ecosystem. Navigating rugged terrain demands precision. Steep slopes, jagged ridges, and dense bamboo test balance and coordination. Footpads absorb impact, claws provide secure grip, and body weight is distributed with careful intent. Over time, habitual trails form, linking feeding grounds, dens, and water sources. Studies using GPS tracking reveal that pandas select these paths to minimize energy expenditure while maximizing access to resources. In a landscape where inefficiency can be fatal, survival depends on deliberate action and the consistent execution of energy-conserving behaviors, a strategy honed over millennia. Solitude dominates much of panda life, but social communication is essential. Pandas rely on scent marking, vocalizations, and brief encounters to convey identity, reproductive readiness, and territorial boundaries. Urine, glandular secretions, and scratches on trees serve as messages that maintain order without costly confrontation. Even during mating season, encounters are cautious and ritualized, ensuring reproductive success while preserving safety and energy. Vocalizations occur primarily for maternal communication or mating calls, conserving energy while maintaining necessary social structure. This understated system demonstrates the efficiency and intelligence inherent in survival within a largely solitary existence. Reproduction is fragile and highly constrained. Female fertility lasts only a few days each year, and delayed implantation ensures gestation aligns with favorable environmental conditions. Cubs are born tiny, blind, and entirely dependent on maternal care. Mothers devote extraordinary effort, often remaining in dens for weeks while subsisting on minimal bamboo, providing warmth, protection, and nutrition. Twin births add complexity, as resources typically suffice for only one cub. Each surviving cub represents a triumph over environmental, biological, and maternal constraints, embodying both vulnerability and resilience in the species. Behavioral learning is critical to survival. Cubs engage in play, climbing, tumbling, and mock fighting to develop strength, coordination, and problem-solving abilities. Observing maternal behavior teaches feeding strategies, trail networks, and safe resting habits. Upon independence, young pandas carry mental maps of feeding areas, shelters, and escape routes, ensuring the continuity of learned survival strategies across generations. Behavioral inheritance complements genetic inheritance, allowing accumulated knowledge to persist and guiding each new generation through a complex and challenging environment. Ecologically, pandas are keystone species. Their selective feeding maintains bamboo diversity and forest structure. Chewed and discarded bamboo contributes nutrients to the soil, while movement patterns create microhabitats and influence water distribution. Scent marking indirectly aids plant reproduction through the attraction of insects. The survival of pandas is inseparable from the health of the forest, and the forest thrives in turn because of the panda. This interdependence exemplifies the delicate reciprocity of natural systems, where each life shapes and sustains the whole. Human activity complicates this delicate balance. Roads, agriculture, and settlements fragment habitats, isolate populations, and restrict movement. Domestic animals introduce disease risks, and historical poaching continues to cast a shadow. Conservation strategies address these challenges through protected reserves, wildlife corridors, reforestation, captive breeding, and community engagement. Long-term monitoring ensures genetic diversity and population stability. Effective conservation requires patience, persistent effort, and alignment with the natural rhythms of pandas, reflecting the slow, deliberate pace at which these animals live. As night settles across mist-laden valleys, a panda pauses in a grove of bamboo, chewing slowly, ears alert, eyes scanning the shadows. Its day feeding, moving, and resting continues in quiet repetition. Within these measured acts lies endurance, a demonstration of resilience, adaptability, and the intelligence of life attuned to its environment. Observing the panda reveals profound lessons in patience, subtle adaptation, and the enduring harmony that allows life to persist. The panda survives not through force or haste, but through careful, deliberate engagement with its world, a living testament to balance, persistence, and the quiet majesty of nature. High in the mist-shrouded mountains, the life of the panda unfolds with quiet precision. The world is one of constant observation. The panda reads the forest as carefully as a map, noting the growth of bamboo, the shifts in temperature, and the subtle signs of other creatures. Every choice, whether to rest on a shaded slope, move along a familiar trail, or select the youngest bamboo shoots, is shaped by the delicate balance of energy intake and expenditure. In this environment, there is no room for recklessness. Survival is a measured process, built on patience, repetition, and an intimate knowledge of the rhythms of nature. Bamboo governs nearly every aspect of daily existence. Its nutritional value varies by species, season, and altitude. Spring brings the tender shoots rich in protein that fuel growth and strength. Summer provides mature stalks, sustaining the panda during months of more strenuous activity. Periodic flowering and die-offs create temporary scarcity, requiring pandas to relocate carefully to new feeding areas. Observations reveal methodical behavior: leaves stripped carefully, stalks peeled with precision, and lower quality portions left behind. Each feeding session is a calculation, balancing immediate energy needs against long-term sustainability, illustrating the species' evolved intelligence and intimate connection with its habitat. Movement across steep slopes, narrow ridges, and dense bamboo demands remarkable physical skill. Footpads cushion impact, claws provide secure grip, and weight is distributed strategically to maintain balance. Trails, formed and repeated over years, link feeding grounds, resting spots, and water sources. GPS tracking confirms that pandas select routes that maximize efficiency, conserving energy while ensuring access to essential resources. Survival is defined not by speed or strength, but by careful planning, attention to terrain, and consistent execution of energy-efficient behaviors honed over millennia. Social life, while limited, remains essential for reproduction and territorial organization. Pandas communicate through scent marking, vocalizations, and occasional encounters. Urine, glandular secretions, and scratches convey identity, reproductive status, and territorial boundaries. Even during mating season, encounters are cautious, brief, and ritualized to reduce risk and conserve energy. Vocalizations are reserved for maternal care or mating calls, maintaining necessary social awareness without wasting energy. This understated system demonstrates how survival is achieved efficiently, balancing solitude with vital communication. Reproduction is fragile and highly constrained. Female fertility lasts only a few days each year, and delayed implantation ensures gestation occurs under favorable environmental conditions. Cubs are born small, blind, and wholly dependent on maternal care. Mothers devote extraordinary energy, remaining in dens for extended periods while feeding minimally, providing warmth, protection, and nourishment. Twin births create additional challenges, as resources generally support only one cub. Each surviving offspring is a triumph over biological, environmental, and maternal constraints, reflecting both fragility and resilience. Behavioral learning is essential for survival. Cubs engage in play, climbing, tumbling, and mock fighting to develop strength, coordination, and spatial awareness. They observe maternal behavior, learning feeding strategies, trail networks, and resting habits. Upon independence, young pandas carry mental maps of feeding areas, shelters, and escape routes, ensuring continuity of knowledge across generations. Behavioral inheritance complements genetic inheritance, preserving strategies honed over millennia. Each cub becomes both a survivor and a repository of experience, equipped to navigate a complex and dynamic ecosystem. Pandas play a profound ecological role. Selective feeding maintains bamboo diversity and forest structure. Chewed and discarded bamboo enriches soil, while movement patterns create microhabitats and influence water distribution. Scent marking indirectly promotes plant reproduction by attracting insects. The survival of pandas is intertwined with the health of the forest, and their presence sustains ecosystem balance. This delicate interdependence demonstrates the subtle reciprocity of natural systems, where each life shapes and supports the whole. human influence introduces additional challenges. Roads, agriculture, and settlements fragment habitats and limit movement, while domestic animals pose disease risks. Conservation strategies integrate habitat protection, wildlife corridors, reforestation, captive breeding, and community involvement. Long-term monitoring ensures genetic diversity and population stability. Effective conservation mirrors the pace of panda life, slow, deliberate, and persistent, aligning human intervention with natural rhythms to support species survival. As night falls over mist-laden valleys, a panda pauses among the bamboo, ears alert, eyes scanning, chewing slowly. Its day, feeding, moving, resting, continues in quiet repetition. Within these measured acts lies resilience, a living testament to adaptability, persistence, and the intelligence of life attuned to its environment. Observing the panda offers insight into patience, subtle adaptation, and the enduring harmony that sustains life. The panda survives not through speed or spectacle, but through deliberate engagement with its world, a living symbol of balance, endurance, and the quiet majesty of nature. The forest where pandas dwell is an intricate tapestry of life, a realm of subtle motion and constant change. Mist drifts between bamboo stalks, streams wind quietly through valleys, and the mountain slopes ripple with hidden currents of air and movement. Within this environment, the panda moves with deliberate intent, every step measured, every pause purposeful. Energy is precious, and survival hinges on careful calculation. Feeding, resting, and moving are not random acts but orchestrated behaviors shaped by evolution. Unlike predators that rely on speed, force, or aggression, the panda endures through patience, precision, and the quiet intelligence of repeated patterns honed over millennia. Bamboo dictates daily life. Its nutritional content fluctuates with season, elevation, and species. Young shoots in spring provide protein and minerals vital for growth and strength, while mature stalks sustain the panda through months of scarcity. Flowering cycles can create temporary die-offs, forcing pandas to relocate and rotate feeding areas to maintain intake. Feeding is methodical. Leaves are stripped carefully, stalks peeled, and low-quality portions discarded. Every bite conserves energy while maximizing caloric intake, reflecting the panda's evolved capacity to balance immediate survival with long-term ecological sustainability. Movement across rugged terrain is a study in precision and adaptation. Steep slopes, narrow ridges, and dense bamboo challenge balance and coordination. Footpads absorb shock, claws grip firmly, and weight is distributed carefully. Over years, habitual trails link feeding grounds, resting areas, and water sources, forming mental maps refined through repeated travel. GPS tracking and field observations reveal that pandas select routes that maximize energy efficiency while maintaining access to vital resources. In this landscape, survival relies on deliberate assessment, careful execution, and consistent repetition rather than speed or brute strength. Solitude is the rule, but social interaction is necessary. Pandas communicate through scent marking, vocalizations, and brief encounters. Urine, glandular secretions, and scratches convey identity, reproductive readiness, and territorial boundaries. Even during mating season, encounters are cautious, brief, and ritualized, reducing risk while facilitating reproduction. Vocalizations occur primarily for maternal care or mating calls, conserving energy while maintaining essential social awareness. This understated system demonstrates efficiency, showing how pandas balance solitude with necessary communication. Reproduction is fragile, constrained, and crucial to the species' survival. Female fertility lasts only a few days each year, and delayed implantation ensures that gestation aligns with favorable conditions. Cubs are born tiny, blind, and entirely dependent on maternal care. Mothers devote extraordinary energy, remaining in dens for extended periods while feeding minimally, providing warmth, protection, and nourishment. Twin births add complexity, as resources typically suffice for only one cub. Each surviving offspring embodies the triumph of maternal endurance, biological resilience, and environmental balance. Learning and play are fundamental. Cubs climb, tumble, and engage in mock fighting to develop coordination, strength, and spatial awareness. They observe maternal behavior, learning feeding strategies, trail navigation, and resting patterns. Independence brings mastery. Young pandas carry mental maps of food sources, shelters, and safe paths, preserving learned strategies for future survival. Behavioral inheritance complements genetic inheritance, transmitting accumulated knowledge across generations. Each cub becomes both a survivor and a repository of ecological wisdom, capable of navigating a complex and dynamic environment. Ecologically, pandas are keystone species. Their selective feeding maintains bamboo diversity, supporting forest structure and overall biodiversity. Chewed and discarded bamboo enriches soil, while movement patterns create microhabitats and influence water distribution. Scent marking indirectly promotes plant reproduction by attracting insects. The survival of pandas is inextricably linked to forest health, illustrating the deep interdependence between species and habitat. The panda does not simply inhabit its environment, it shapes and sustains it. Human activity complicates this balance. Roads, agriculture, and settlements fragment habitat, restrict movement, and isolate populations. Domestic animals introduce disease, while past poaching has left lasting impacts. Conservation strategies integrate habitat protection, wildlife corridors, reforestation, captive breeding, and community engagement. Long-term monitoring ensures genetic diversity and population resilience. Effective conservation mirrors the panda's own deliberate pace, requiring patience, consistency, and respect for natural rhythms. As night settles over mist-filled valleys, a panda pauses in a bamboo grove, ears alert, eyes scanning, chewing slowly. The day, feeding, moving, resting, continues in quiet repetition. Within these measured acts lies endurance, a demonstration of resilience, subtle intelligence, and the harmony of life attuned to its environment. Observing the panda reveals lessons in patience, adaptation, and the quiet majesty of nature. The panda survives not through spectacle or force, but through careful, deliberate engagement with its world, a living testament to balance, persistence, and enduring grace. In the high mountains where mist hangs like a veil and bamboo groves stretch endlessly, the life of the panda is a study in patience and precision. Every action, feeding, climbing, resting, is measured against the cost of energy, the availability of resources, and the ever-present rhythms of the environment. The forest is not merely a backdrop. It is an active participant in the panda's existence, shaping behavior and survival strategies at every turn. Here, life moves slowly, deliberately, yet every movement carries intention, a silent intelligence that has been honed across millennia. In observing this, one begins to see the true majesty of the panda, not in spectacle, but in the quiet mastery of living in harmony with nature. Bamboo is both sustenance and compass, dictating feeding behavior, movement, and habitat selection. Nutritional value shifts with elevation, season, and species. Spring offers tender shoots that are rich in protein, fueling growth and strength, while mature stalks sustain the panda through less bountiful months. Flowering cycles sometimes create scarcity, prompting relocation and rotation of feeding areas to ensure continuous access to food. Each feeding session is meticulous, leaves stripped carefully, stalks peeled, and low-quality portions discarded. Every bite is calculated to maximize caloric intake while minimizing energy expenditure, demonstrating the evolved efficiency that allows pandas to survive in a low-energy ecosystem. Navigating steep slopes, rocky ridges, and dense bamboo requires extraordinary skill. Footpads cushion every impact, claws provide traction, and body weight is distributed carefully to maintain balance. Over years, habitual trails link feeding grounds, resting sites, and water sources, forming mental maps reinforced through repeated use. GPS studies show pandas select routes that optimize energy efficiency, reducing effort while maintaining access to vital resources. In this challenging terrain, survival is not determined by force or speed, but by consistency, observation, and careful adaptation to the environment. Social life is minimal, yet vital. Pandas communicate through scent marking, vocalizations, and brief encounters. Chemical cues in urine, glandular secretions, and tree scratches convey identity, reproductive readiness, and territorial boundaries. Encounters during mating season are cautious and ritualized, minimizing risk while facilitating reproduction. Vocalizations occur primarily during maternal care or mating calls, conserving energy while maintaining necessary social awareness. This understated communication system exemplifies efficiency, allowing pandas to balance solitude with essential social interaction. Reproduction is constrained and delicate. Female fertility lasts only a few days annually, and delayed implantation ensures that gestation coincides with favorable environmental conditions. Cubs are born tiny, blind, and wholly dependent on maternal care. Mothers devote extraordinary energy, remaining in dens for weeks, consuming minimal food while providing warmth, protection, and nourishment. Twin births intensify the challenge, as resources typically suffice for only one cub. Each surviving offspring represents a triumph over biological, environmental, and maternal constraints, highlighting both fragility and resilience in the species. Behavioral learning is critical for survival. Cubs climb, tumble, and play to develop coordination, strength, and spatial awareness. They observe maternal behavior, internalizing feeding strategies, trail navigation, and resting patterns. Upon independence, young pandas carry mental maps of feeding areas, shelters, and escape routes, ensuring the continuity of survival knowledge across generations. Behavioral inheritance complements genetic inheritance, preserving accumulated strategies honed over millennia. Each cub becomes both a survivor and a repository of ecological wisdom. Ecologically, pandas are keystone species. Their selective feeding maintains bamboo diversity, supporting forest structure and biodiversity. Chewed and discarded bamboo enriches the soil, while movement patterns create microhabitats and influence water flow. Scent marking indirectly promotes plant reproduction by attracting insects. The survival of pandas is inseparable from forest health, illustrating the deep interdependence between species and habitat. The panda not only inhabits its environment, but actively shapes and sustains it. Human influence adds further complexity. Roads, agriculture, and settlements fragment habitats, limit movement, and isolate populations. Domestic animals increase disease risks. Conservation strategies integrate habitat protection, wildlife corridors, reforestation, captive breeding, and community engagement. Long-term monitoring preserves genetic diversity and population resilience. Successful conservation mirrors the panda's deliberate pace, slow, persistent, and attuned to natural rhythms, emphasizing patience and care in the stewardship of life. As night descends over mist-covered valleys, a panda pauses in a grove of bamboo, chewing slowly, ears alert, eyes scanning. The day, feeding, moving, resting, continues in quiet repetition. Within these measured acts lies endurance, subtle intelligence, and the resilience of life perfectly attuned to its environment. Observing the panda offers insight into patience, persistence, and the enduring harmony that sustains life. The panda survives not through haste, force, or spectacle, but through careful, deliberate engagement with the world. A living testament to balance, perseverance, and the quiet majesty of nature. The bamboo forests stretch endlessly, layered in mist and shadow, a living labyrinth that defines the world of the panda. Here, survival is less about confrontation and more about attunement. Attunement to the growth of bamboo, the movements of other creatures, and the shifting rhythms of weather and season. Every decision, where to feed, when to rest, which path to follow, is informed by a delicate balance of energy expenditure and caloric intake. The panda's movements are slow, deliberate, yet precise, each one honed over countless generations. It is a life of patience and subtle intelligence, where endurance is measured in small, repeated acts rather than dramatic displays. Bamboo governs nearly every choice. Its nutritional quality varies with species, season, and elevation. The spring shoots are tender and rich in protein, fueling growth and replenishing energy, while mature stalks provide sustenance through less bountiful months. Flowering and die-off cycles create scarcity, compelling pandas to move to new feeding sites and rotate patches to allow bamboo regeneration. Feeding is meticulous, leaves stripped, stalks peeled, low-quality parts discarded. Each bite conserves energy while maximizing nutritional gain, reflecting a sophisticated strategy that balances immediate survival with long-term sustainability. Navigating rugged terrain is a study in balance and skill. Steep slopes, rocky ridges, and dense bamboo challenge coordination and stability. Footpads absorb impact, claws provide grip, and body weight is distributed with precision. Trails, formed through repeated travel over years, link feeding grounds, dens, and water sources, creating mental maps refined by experience. GPS studies confirm that pandas select routes to maximize energy efficiency, ensuring access to resources while minimizing exertion. In this environment, survival relies not on strength or speed, but on observation, planning, and consistent execution of energy-conserving behaviors. Social life is limited but crucial. Pandas communicate through scent marking, vocalizations, and brief encounters. Urine, glandular secretions, and scratches on trees convey identity, reproductive readiness, and territorial boundaries. Encounters during mating season are cautious, brief, and ritualized, facilitating reproduction while minimizing conflict. Vocalizations occur primarily during maternal care or mating calls, conserving energy while maintaining essential social awareness. This subtle communication system exemplifies efficiency and demonstrates how pandas balance solitude with necessary interaction. Reproduction is fragile and highly constrained. Female fertility lasts only a few days annually, and delayed implantation ensures that gestation begins under favorable conditions. Cubs are born tiny, blind, and entirely dependent. Mothers devote extraordinary energy, remaining in dens for extended periods while feeding minimally, providing warmth, protection, and nutrition. Twin births increase maternal strain, as resources typically suffice for only one cub. Each surviving offspring represents a triumph over biological, environmental, and maternal constraints, embodying both vulnerability and resilience. Behavioral learning is essential. Cubs climb, tumble, and engage in play to develop strength, coordination, and problem-solving skills. They observe maternal behavior, internalizing feeding strategies, trail networks, and resting habits. Upon independence, young pandas carry mental maps of feeding areas, shelters, and safe paths, ensuring continuity of knowledge across generations. Behavioral inheritance complements genetic inheritance, preserving strategies refined over millennia. Each cub becomes both a survivor and a repository of ecological wisdom. Pandas are keystone species, shaping the ecosystems they inhabit. Selective feeding maintains bamboo diversity and supports forest structure. Chewed and discarded bamboo enriches soil, while movement patterns create microhabitats and influence water distribution. Scent marking indirectly promotes plant reproduction through insect attraction. The survival of pandas is intimately linked with forest health, and the forest thrives because of them. This interdependence demonstrates the subtle reciprocity of natural systems, where life exists not in isolation, but in continuous interaction. Human activity complicates this balance. Roads, agriculture, and settlements fragment habitats, restrict movement, and isolate populations. Domestic animals introduce disease. Conservation strategies integrate habitat protection, wildlife corridors, reforestation, captive breeding, and community engagement. Long-term monitoring ensures genetic diversity and population resilience. Conservation mirrors the deliberate pace of panda life, slow, persistent, and attuned to natural rhythms, requiring patience, commitment, and respect for the natural order. As night falls over the mist-laden mountains, a panda pauses in a grove of bamboo, ears alert, eyes scanning, chewing slowly. Its day, feeding, moving, resting, continues in quiet repetition. Within these measured acts lies endurance, subtle intelligence, and the harmony of life attuned to its environment. Observing the panda offers insight into patience, persistence, and the enduring power of nature. The panda survives not through speed, force, or spectacle, but through deliberate, careful engagement with its world. A living testament to balance, resilience, and the quiet majesty of life itself. In the silent mountains where fog drifts like a living veil, the panda moves with a deliberate rhythm that mirrors the pulse of the forest itself. Every slope, every bamboo grove, every hidden stream is part of a complex network that guides its daily life. Energy is a finite resource, and each movement, each bite, each pause is carefully measured against the need to survive. The panda's strength does not lie in speed or aggression, but in patience, precision, and the consistent repetition of behaviors honed over thousands of generations. In this measured existence, there is a quiet intelligence, a subtle mastery of life that allows the panda to endure in an environment that is both demanding and fragile. Bamboo dominates the panda's world, shaping feeding patterns and habitat choices. Its nutritional value shifts with season, elevation, and species. In spring, tender shoots provide essential protein and minerals, fueling growth and maintaining strength. During leaner months, mature stalks offer sustenance, though with lower caloric return. Periodic flowering and die-offs create scarcity, prompting relocation and rotation among feeding areas. Observers note meticulous feeding behavior: leaves stripped carefully, stalks peeled, and low-quality portions discarded. Each bite is deliberate, conserving energy while maximizing nutrient intake. In these small, repeated acts, the panda maintains a balance between survival and ecological stewardship. Traversing rugged terrain demands precision and adaptability. Steep slopes, jagged ridges, and dense bamboo challenge stability and coordination. Footpads absorb impact, claws grip securely, and body weight is distributed to maintain balance. Trails, reinforced through repeated use over years, link feeding grounds, resting sites, and water sources, forming mental maps essential for navigation. GPS and field studies reveal that pandas select routes to optimize energy efficiency, ensuring access to vital resources while minimizing effort. Survival is not a matter of force, but of careful observation, strategy, and repetition. Solitude is the norm, yet social communication remains essential. Pandas rely on scent marking, vocalizations, and brief encounters to convey identity, reproductive readiness, and territorial boundaries. Urine, glandular secretions, and scratches provide signals that prevent conflict and facilitate mating. Encounters during breeding season are cautious and brief, conserving energy while ensuring reproductive success. Vocalizations are reserved for maternal care or mating calls, maintaining social awareness without unnecessary expenditure. This understated communication exemplifies efficiency, illustrating how the species balances solitude with vital social interaction. Reproduction is delicate and tightly constrained. Female fertility lasts only a few days annually, and delayed implantation ensures gestation aligns with favorable conditions. Cubs are born tiny, blind, and completely dependent. Mothers invest immense energy, remaining in dens for extended periods while feeding minimally, providing warmth, protection, and nourishment. Twin births increase maternal strain, as resources generally support only one cub adequately. Each surviving cub embodies a triumph of resilience, maternal care, and environmental balance, highlighting the species' capacity for endurance and adaptation. Behavioral learning is crucial for survival. Cubs climb, tumble, and play to develop strength, coordination, and problem-solving skills. Observation of maternal behavior teaches feeding strategies, trail navigation, and resting practices. Upon independence, young pandas carry mental maps of feeding areas, shelters, and safe routes, preserving knowledge across generations. Behavioral inheritance complements genetic inheritance, ensuring that strategies refined over millennia are passed down, equipping each cub to navigate a complex, dynamic environment. Pandas influence their ecosystems profoundly. Selective feeding maintains bamboo diversity and forest structure. Chewed and discarded bamboo enriches soil, while movement patterns create microhabitats and influence water distribution. Scent marking indirectly supports plant reproduction through insect activity. The panda's survival is intertwined with the health of the forest, and the forest thrives because of the panda. This interdependence demonstrates the subtle reciprocity of natural systems, where life exists not in isolation, but in continuous interaction. Human influence adds further challenges. Roads, agriculture, and settlements fragment habitats, restrict movement, and isolate populations. Domestic animals introduce disease risk, while historical poaching has left enduring impacts. Conservation strategies integrate habitat protection, wildlife corridors, reforestation, captive breeding, and community engagement. Long-term monitoring ensures genetic diversity and population resilience. Conservation mirrors the panda's deliberate pace, slow, patient, and aligned with natural rhythms, requiring care, persistence, and respect for life. As night falls over the misty mountains, a panda pauses in a bamboo grove, chewing slowly, ears alert, eyes scanning. Its day, feeding, moving, resting, continues in quiet repetition. Within these measured acts lies endurance, subtle intelligence, and harmony with its environment. Observing the panda reveals lessons in patience, persistence, and the enduring power of nature. The panda survives not through haste or force, but through careful, deliberate engagement with its world, a living testament to balance, resilience, and the quiet majesty of life itself. The forest is alive with quiet motion. Mist drifts between bamboo stalks, streams murmur softly through hidden valleys, and shadows shift with the subtle movements of unseen wildlife. In this living network, the panda navigates with a rhythm that is both deliberate and adaptive. Each movement, each feeding session, each pause to rest is a calculated effort to balance energy intake with expenditure. The panda's endurance is not built on aggression or speed, but on patience, careful observation, and the consistent repetition of behaviors honed over countless generations. Its existence is a testament to the subtle intelligence that allows life to persist in a challenging and dynamic environment. Bamboo is central to every decision. Nutritional content varies with species, season, and altitude. Spring shoots offer protein-rich sustenance, fueling growth and energy reserves, while mature stalks sustain pandas through less productive months. Flowering and die-off cycles introduce scarcity, requiring careful relocation and rotation among feeding areas. Feeding is methodical, leaves stripped, stalks peeled, low-quality portions discarded. Each act conserves energy while maximizing intake, demonstrating the species' evolved capacity to balance immediate survival with long-term ecological stewardship. Movement through rugged terrain is an exercise in precision. Steep slopes, rocky ridges, and dense bamboo require balance, coordination, and calculated effort. Footpads absorb impact, claws grip securely, and body weight is distributed with care. Trails, reinforced through repeated travel, connect feeding grounds, dens, and water sources, forming mental maps essential for navigation. GPS studies confirm that pandas select routes that optimize energy efficiency while maintaining access to vital resources. Survival is defined by careful strategy, observation, and consistent execution rather than strength or speed. Social interaction, though minimal, remains vital. Pandas communicate through scent marking, vocalizations, and brief encounters. Urine, glandular secretions, and tree scratches convey identity, reproductive status, and territorial boundaries. Encounters during mating season are cautious and brief, facilitating reproduction while conserving energy. Vocalizations occur primarily in maternal care or mating calls, maintaining social awareness without unnecessary expenditure. This subtle communication system illustrates the efficiency of the species in balancing solitude with essential social connection. Reproduction is highly constrained. Female fertility lasts only a few days each year, and delayed implantation ensures gestation aligns with favorable conditions. Cubs are born tiny, blind, and entirely dependent. Mothers devote extraordinary energy, remaining in dens for extended periods while feeding minimally, providing warmth, protection, and nutrition. Twin births add complexity, as resources usually support only one cub. Each surviving offspring represents a triumph of biological resilience, maternal effort, and environmental balance. Behavioral learning is essential for survival. Cubs climb, tumble, and play to develop coordination, strength, and problem-solving skills. Maternal observation teaches feeding strategies, trail use, and resting patterns. Independence brings mastery. Young pandas carry mental maps of feeding areas, shelters, and escape routes, preserving knowledge across generations. Behavioral inheritance complements genetic inheritance, ensuring accumulated strategies endure, equipping each cub to navigate the dynamic and challenging ecosystem. Pandas shape their ecosystems subtly yet profoundly. Selective feeding maintains bamboo diversity, supporting forest structure and biodiversity. Chewed and discarded bamboo enriches soil, while movement patterns create microhabitats and influence water distribution. Scent marking indirectly promotes plant reproduction via insect attraction. Survival is intertwined with forest health, and the forest thrives because of the panda. This interdependence exemplifies the delicate reciprocity of natural systems, where each life sustains the whole. Human activity adds pressure. Roads, agriculture, and settlements fragment habitat, restrict movement, and isolate populations. Domestic animals introduce disease risks, while historical poaching has left lasting effects. Conservation strategies combine habitat protection, wildlife corridors, reforestation, captive breeding, and community engagement. Long-term monitoring preserves genetic diversity and population stability. Conservation mirrors the panda's deliberate pace, slow, persistent, and attuned to natural rhythms, requiring patience, commitment, and respect for life. As night falls, a panda pauses in a bamboo grove, chewing slowly, ears alert, eyes scanning the shadows. The day, feeding, moving, resting, continues in quiet repetition. Within these measured acts lies resilience, subtle intelligence, and harmony with the environment. Observing the panda offers lessons in patience, adaptation, and the enduring power of life. The panda survives not through force or spectacle, but through careful, deliberate engagement with its world, a living testament to balance, endurance, and quiet majesty. The mountains rise silently into mist, their peaks shrouded in clouds, valleys carved over millennia by water and time. Within this timeless landscape, the panda moves with quiet intention, each step deliberate, each pause measured. Its life is governed by the subtle rhythms of energy, nutrition, and survival. Feeding, resting, moving, these acts form a repeated, deliberate pattern, each one honed over countless generations. In this measured existence lies a profound intelligence, an awareness of the balance between effort and reward, between energy expenditure and sustenance. The panda survives not through force or spectacle, but through patience, observation, and subtle mastery of its environment. Bamboo dominates its world. Nutritional value varies by species, season, and elevation. Spring shoots offer protein-rich sustenance, fueling growth and replenishing energy reserves. Mature stalks sustain the panda through less productive months. Periodic flowering and die-offs create scarcity, necessitating movement between feeding patches. Feeding is methodical. Leaves stripped carefully, stalks peeled, low-quality parts discarded. Each bite conserves energy while maximizing intake, reflecting an evolved intelligence that balances immediate needs with long-term survival and forest health. Traversing rugged terrain demands precision. Steep slopes, rocky ridges, and dense bamboo require balance, coordination, and thoughtful effort. Footpads cushion impact, claws provide traction, and weight is distributed with intention. Over years, habitual trails link feeding grounds, dens, and water sources, forming mental maps refined by experience. Studies reveal that pandas select routes that maximize energy efficiency while maintaining access to essential resources. Survival relies on careful strategy, observation, and repetition, not on brute strength or speed. Solitude defines daily life, but communication is vital. Pandas convey identity, reproductive status, and territorial boundaries through scent marking, vocalizations, and brief encounters. Encounters during mating season are cautious and ritualized, conserving energy while enabling reproduction. Vocalizations occur primarily in maternal care or mating calls, maintaining social awareness without unnecessary expenditure. This understated system illustrates the efficiency and intelligence inherent in survival in a largely solitary existence. Reproduction is constrained and delicate. Female fertility lasts only a few days annually, and delayed implantation ensures gestation coincides with favorable conditions. Cubs are born tiny, blind, and wholly dependent. Mothers invest extraordinary energy, remaining in dens for weeks, feeding minimally while providing warmth, protection, and nutrition. Twin births strain maternal resources, as typically only one cub can be supported. Each surviving offspring is a triumph of resilience, maternal effort, and environmental balance, reflecting the species' capacity for endurance. Behavioral learning is critical. Cubs climb, tumble, and play to develop strength, coordination, and cognitive skills. Maternal observation teaches feeding strategies, trail navigation, and resting practices. Independence brings mastery. Young pandas carry mental maps of feeding areas, shelters, and safe routes, preserving knowledge across generations. Behavioral inheritance complements genetic inheritance, ensuring accumulated survival strategies endure. Each cub becomes both a survivor and a repository of ecological wisdom. Pandas shape their forests in subtle but profound ways. Selective feeding maintains bamboo diversity and forest structure. Chewed and discarded bamboo enriches soil, while movement patterns create microhabitats and influence water flow. Scent marking indirectly aids plant reproduction by attracting insects. Survival is intertwined with forest health, and the forest thrives because of the panda. This interdependence exemplifies the subtle reciprocity of natural systems. Human impact challenges this balance. Roads, agriculture, and settlements fragment habitats, restrict movement, and isolate populations. Domestic animals introduce disease, while historical poaching left lasting effects. Conservation strategies combine habitat protection, wildlife corridors, reforestation, captive breeding, and community engagement. Long-term monitoring ensures genetic diversity and population resilience. Conservation mirrors the panda's deliberate rhythm, slow, patient, and aligned with natural patterns, requiring persistence and respect. As night settles over mist-laden valleys, a panda pauses in a grove of bamboo, chewing slowly, ears alert, eyes scanning the forest. Its day, feeding, moving, resting, continues in quiet repetition. Within these measured acts lies endurance, subtle intelligence, and harmony with the environment. Observing the panda teaches lessons in patience, persistence, and the enduring balance of life. The panda survives not through force or spectacle, but through careful, deliberate engagement with its world, a living testament to resilience, harmony, and the quiet majesty of nature. As the sun sets behind the misty mountains and the bamboo forests sink into quiet shadows, the life of the panda comes into sharper focus. A life defined not by speed, spectacle, or aggression, but by patience, precision, and enduring resilience. The panda moves through its world with deliberate intent, every step measured, every bite calculated, every pause meaningful. In this quiet rhythm lies a profound lesson. Survival is not always about dominating the environment, but about understanding it, respecting it, and moving in harmony with its subtle forces. Throughout their lives, pandas embody a delicate balance. Their feeding sustains not only themselves but the forests they inhabit, influencing plant diversity, soil health, and microhabitats. Their solitary lives are punctuated by necessary communication, reproduction, and maternal care, illustrating the understated intelligence required to navigate a world that demands both patience and adaptability. Cubs learn through play and observation, inheriting not only genes, but the strategies honed over millennia. an enduring legacy that ensures the survival of the species. Human intervention has altered this landscape, introducing both challenges and opportunities. Habitat fragmentation, disease, and historical poaching have placed the panda in a precarious position. Yet careful conservation efforts, wildlife corridors, habitat protection, reforestation, captive breeding, and community engagement demonstrate that balance can be restored. The panda teaches us that conservation is not merely an act of protection, but an ongoing dialogue with nature, requiring patience, commitment, and an understanding of the intricate web of life. Ultimately, the panda's story is one of quiet endurance, subtle intelligence, and profound interdependence. Observing its measured movements, its careful feeding, its nurturing of young, we see not just an animal surviving, but a living testament to the harmony between life and environment. It reminds us that true strength lies not in force, but in persistence, in alignment with the natural rhythms that sustain all life. As night falls and the bamboo forests grow still, the panda rests, ears alert to the whisper of the wind, eyes scanning the shadows, a creature perfectly attuned to the world around it. In its quiet existence, it carries lessons for all who watch: the power of patience, the value of balance, and the enduring beauty of life lived in harmony with nature. The panda is more than a symbol. It is a guide, a teacher, and a reminder that survival in its truest form is an art of care, endurance, and subtle mastery. The story of the panda is a story of life itself. Fragile yet resilient, solitary yet interconnected, slow yet profoundly intentional. In understanding it, we come closer to understanding the delicate web of existence that binds all living things together, and the quiet majesty that lies in every measured breath, every careful step, and every act of survival in the natural world. As night falls over the misty mountains, the forest becomes still, and the bamboo whispers softly in the breeze. The giant panda curls up in its quiet grove, resting after a long day of gentle movement and careful feeding. Let the calm rhythm of its breath and the serene hush of the forest guide you into a deep, peaceful sleep. As your mind drifts slowly, gently, into the quiet embrace of the natural world.